Hello and welcome. It's Theater Thursday. Hello, everybody. So, Wellowick, hello. Welcome. Zebus, Electric, Dice God, Nerd Lord, Mossback, Lore, Skull Throne, Varys, Ankh, Exelon. Hello, Mega. Oh god, all the things are colliding against each other. Hello, Sinju, Brett, Karzani, Anubis, Yakido. Hello, Seth, Crunch. Welcome. Howdy, gamers. I will let you know. My food is about to arrive. My food will be here soon. I was expecting them to take a little bit longer. I was expecting at least 45 minutes. They not only got my food ready, they found a dasher immediately. Like, holy shit. Color me incredibly surprised. But don't worry. Today, we're going to be working on our Pathfinder systems. We're going to be working on stress. We're going to be working on stress items. I've already made a couple more stress items. We're going to probably be working on some other healing items, as well as some other cool stuff that I want to bring over from our 5th edition games and bring into Pathfinder in some way, shape, or form. Yes, I know. Jesus, God, listen, I'm sorry, okay? I'm hungry, okay? I'm hungry. Hello, Barnabas. Hello, Azra. Azra, where have you been, dog? The new server's up. We have a keep. We have a castle now. Built on a hill where it storms all the time. It storms so much that I had to build a lightning rod to capture all the lightning. Oh, Monster Hunter, you know what? That's fair. Fair enough, actually. It's so loud. Yeah, but I love it. I love it. I like it. Where have we named the isle yet? Not the isle, but I have named the castle. It just popped up. I think I called it Storm's End when I was introducing somebody. I think I just like blurted it out. I want to see your main. For Monster Hunter, I might do that for the next stream. I might like ask, you know, if people want to see vintage story, work on stuff, or do or do more Pathbrewing. You can have a Bastille in your keep? Holy shit, that'd be great, actually. Oh my god. Let me thank everybody real quick for all the gifted subs, all that other stuff. I want to see the Elden Ring DLC. Oh, I still need to do that too, Nick. Agreed. Let me go through real quick. Dice God, thank you very much for 23 months. One more to go, and then it's 2 years. Dice God, I feel like you've been here for forever, quite literally. It's always shocking me to see like 23 months or stuff. Like I always expect to see like 30 plus months. So I appreciate it, dog. It feels like you've been here for ages. Nerd Lord, thank you very much for 4 months. Here for the last hour of work to vibe. Hell yeah. Well, hopefully work passes by for you very quickly and you get to listen to me ramble about Pathfinder. Lore, thank you very much for a gifted sub to Spau. Very kind of you, thank you. Sinju, thank you very much for 32 months. My god, the beginning of time itself. It keeps going. Indeed, brother. Indeed. Thank you. Sinji, thank you very much for a gifted sub to Legion. Wow. Oh, that's right. The hardcore game. Yeah, I'm excited to see what I end up rolling too. I don't even made the channel, but didn't have the. Oh. I was about to say, I was like, I feel like you've been here for like ever. It's all right, brother. Gifted sub, no gifted sub, hanging out, vibing, lurking, what have you. Literally, all of it is appreciated. I already talked to Brett about what happens if I roll a gnome, so we're gonna see what happens. Hardcore veteran alongside Juniper, hell yeah. We're the OGs now. When Brett's introducing a stream and stuff, he's talking about hardcore. He talks about Juniper and I. We are literally like the hardcore veterans. All right, guys. My food's here. Again, I was not expecting my food to get here this fast. I'm going to shovel it into my gob, and then we're immediately going to go into stress. That's exactly what we're going to do. So I'm going to go consume my food. I'm sorry for the immediate break. I do apologize. But I need food. I need to sustain myself. So I'm going to get my food, come back, shovel it into my mouth, and then we're immediately back to streaming. I'll return. I return. I have shoveled the food into my gob. Thank you very much for your patience. I think I've realized, I think I've realized, because I'm so used to like ordering big meals, I don't think I need like large meals anymore. I'm like so used to like I actually get like an upset stomach when I eat like large portions of food now. I used to just literally shovel anything that I could get my hands on into my mouth, food wise. It'd be like a massive portion of food. I'd be a-okay. But now I'm like, I hate when I order big like meals because I can't finish it all. Happened to me around the time I hit 40. Interesting. Just be more of a glutton rather than a gourmand. I don't think I have like a sophisticated palate. I eat pizza rolls and shit. I ain't no gourmand. I don't know. I just like I used to always order like the large portions from like fast food places, for example. But now I find like a small or even a medium is like more than enough. The only thing I would want is I would want a large drink instead of a medium drink, because I'll down a drink after like, or basically I'll keep sipping on a drink for like ever. If it's a large drink especially, that means I can sip on it for like ages basically. So I would love like a large drink with like a medium-sized meal. Like, I want to obliterate like a British person when they see the size of my drink, but then they look at the size of my meal and they go, oh, well, that's reasonable. That makes sense. Yeah, I could get behind that. And then they look at my 94-gallon cup and I go, yeah, that's my drink. And they go, what the fuck? And then they explode. Like, that's what I want. I want them to look at my fries and be like, that's a reasonable portion of fries. That's a generous helping of chips, in fact. And then they side glance my fucking 3-gallon big like gulp. And they go, good heavens, man. Anything sweet. Anything sweet, Vital. If I can get something sweet, then I can just keep sort of sipping on that throughout the day. Because I drink a shit ton of water. I probably drink the most water in this house. Like, I have like a Yeti cup. And so here's, this is how much water I drink. I fill up my Yeti cup. And then I have a second cup of water that I like basically down. And every time I'm going upstairs, I'm filling up 2 cups of water and I'm drinking that. Like, I'm drinking water throughout the day. And I use like sweet drinks to like supplement that. So that way I don't get cravings for like eating like sugary candies or anything like that. If I have like a sweet drink that I can sip on throughout the day, I'll be a-okay. I'll be happy. A water bear. Skullthroat, thank you very much for 26 months, brother. I appreciate that. Drinking the ocean. It feels like that sometimes. It does feel like I'm drinking the ocean. Rogue energy. I'm like, I know it doesn't mean anything for them. I'm surprised that I'm still like sponsored. I don't think I've sold anything since like 2024, early 2024, like Q1 2024. But enough about food. Enough about all that. We're talking about stress. We're talking specifically the last 2 tables of our stress system here. Can good food? Hell yeah, good food can reduce stress. That's something we already have planned. Yeah, Vital. That motherfucker. God damn it. That motherfucker just refuses to give me stress. He hates me. He hates me with a passion. I even said I was willing to pay him to put stress in the game. And he went, I gotta make it myself. Like he's some kind of content creator. Like he's some kind of game designer. Brett hates me, Nick. He won't add stress to Rime of the Frost Maiden. I haven't made them yet, Legion, but there is an item that's a food item that reduces stress. Add your own stress? True. Hell yeah. Jesus, this is taking forever to load. Are there any downtime activities? There should be, yeah. We'll have to make new ones. We'll have to make exploration activities that can reduce stress. Oh, no. Actually, I probably won't. Ooh, I think the only way you're going to be able to lose stress if you don't use items. Oh, you might be able to use an exploration activity, though. I might make it an hour. Yeah, he said he was going to make his own. I know. Are there places that reduce stress, like seeing a pretty statue? Churches reduce stress. So there are safe places that you can rest that will reduce your stress. I'm queuing up Chaos and Kalidor. Nice. So, I'll let you know, Vital. Those are long games. They're 5 to 6 hours long, which I know is usually almost double what people expect from streamed games. But I play Dungeons and Dragons and Pathfinder because I love it. And it's easily my favorite hobby. So You will if I ever start running like 3-hour games, it's probably because I was paid to cut the game in half. I would play for longer if people didn't have obligations like jobs, family, shit like that. I would play for longer. I would basically hold my friends and be like, we're playing 9 hours of Pathfinder today. I hope you're ready. Exploration activity to reduce stress by 1 to 2 so it can't be spammed. If it was an exploration activity, they'd need to choose that over being prepared for battle. True. You could also lock them in, right? So what I've done with some of the stress items so far is like pipeweed. Pipeweed, it takes 40 minutes. So for 40 minutes while you're exploring, this is your exploration activity. So if anything happens in that 40 minutes, you're not prepped for battle. You're doing this. You're losing stress. Another one is like the whittling tools. It takes you an hour to whittle, to like make a little statue. So for an hour, you're doing this. Your hands are occupied, right? You need 2 hands to whittle. But you lose 3 stress. And if you have a sufficient enough lore, like lore that you have from your background or custom lore or whatever, you increase that value to 4, potentially reducing your stress almost in half. Legion, if you're talking about the burning inducing fatigue with like 3rd degree, 2nd degree burns and shit like that, I did reply to your comment in the chat to your suggestion. The reason I didn't want to add that is because of how complicated Pathfinder is already. I didn't want to add like degrees of burning and then bog down even further, because me even adding stress is already another resource on top of the already plethora of resources the players have to play around. If I add, hey, this is a 1st degree burn, first thing that my players are going to ask is, what the fuck does that mean? Yeah, I didn't want to add like degrees of burning. I would, if I was going to add something like that, I would add it to D&D. Or I go, hey, you cast Fireball, wizard? Okay. Everybody that you just cast Fireball on not only needs to make their dex save, they all are now suffering from 3rd degree burns. Like that'd be something that I could give, that's something that I would give like a wizard or like a sorcerer. You kind of miss it, but it's like complex despite me liking it. Yeah, I definitely agree. There's definitely complexity to it. And if you're coming from a system that doesn't have that level of like nuance, or is so heavily homebrewed that it's not, you don't like, your DM has basically shaved off all of the slag on 5th edition, you don't even recognize it. Oh, dude, Shadowrun is tedium incarnate. I remember making a Shadowrun character. Didn't even get to play it. Just making one was like, oh my god. All right. We have 2 tabs left. We have vigorous and focused. The initial concept. Whoa, Jesus. Jin. Brother. Brother, you don't got to keep giving subs, man. You could just hang out, man. It's all cool. I really do appreciate it, though. Thank you very much for 10 gifted subs. That's incredibly kind of you. And if you got a gifted sub, be sure to say thank you. Yeah, man, you can just hang out. For the pottery? Brother, you made me the pottery. You came in and made like fucking 15 jars for us. Insane. I was telling one of my players in my 5e game about 2e, and they were so dismissive. I'm so keen to make them play and have a good time now. Nice. Very good. Grab my spooder fan. Oh, actually, what I need to do is this. I forgot. We go to here to volume. I don't want to accidentally blow out your guys' eardrums like I did before. Oh, maybe. Maybe I don't have to. Stand by. Let me check my OBS. Get this just real quick. Huh. Well, damn. Cool. It works. We lower that volume down. I turn this volume up. Excellent. If I paid for Path Builder, I'm giving a good character. I may lose myself in that. I think it's like, what was it, like $5 for Path Builder? I already know like 2 of my players bought Path Builder already, like full access to Path Builder already off the rip. Like I was surprised when they came to me and they were like, "Hey, I bought the like Path Builder access thing," and I was like, "You did what?" We're only like 4 sessions into our beginner box. Okay. I need to pull up my stress table. Hold on. Let's see. For vigorous as well. Let me check the notes lower left. Vigorous. You gain fast healing unless unconscious and a +2 status bonus to initiative. Oh, that's what it was.
Don't mind me.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Okay. When you gain this virtue. That's right. We gave all of these the stress heal. Let's see. You gain. What's fast healing again? That's just like a regen?
Yeah, it's healing that you get at the beginning of your turn.
Cool. Okay. Gain fast healing 5. less unconscious, and a +2 status bonus. Status bonus to initiative.
Hello.
Hello. Oh. I don't want to highlight the whole. There we go. Foundry's so nice. Yes, it is. Especially the Pathfinder Foundry. My God.
Lore, I have a question.
Yeah.
So druids, right? Are Pathfinder druids more tree based, like nature based, or do they also have like animal based subtype?
Depends what sort of flavor you want. They can do both. Pathfinder is a
Okay.
very modular system, very modular system. So if you want
Right.
like plant-based druids, you can go that route. If you want earth-based druids, you can go that route. If you want animals, that route. Storms, any element really. You can do all of that jazz. You can even have metal druids.
Mm.
Is there a werewolf type class in Pathfinder that is good? Yeah, barbarians. Barbarians have a subtype that you can get where they can grow natural weapons that they can use in combat, which is very, very good because it means that their hands are empty, meaning they can climb and grapple and trip and all these other maneuvers without having to worry about having a weapon in their hands.
Do they get like a bite attack, or is it just limited to attacks? Like,
Depends on the animal. If they choose to be an insectoid barbarian, they might have mandibles they attack with. If they're a bear, they might have claws or fangs. If they're a dinosaur barbarian, they're more likely to have fangs or horns.
oh, I just realized. So I think it never occurred to me, but do does Pathfinder have multi attack stuff? Since they're doing the 3 action economy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is it they're like okay, so first action they do multi attack, so they get what 3 strikes, and then second action they go, I want to do 3 strikes again with multi attack. Is that a
So
thing or?
it's less that they would have 3 actions to do a multi-attack. You'll see on various creatures they'll have action consolidation, so they might have an ability. A good example is Draconic Frenzy. Many dragons in Pathfinder have this ability where they can do 3 attacks for 2 actions. It'll be a special ability on each of the NPC character blocks, like all of the sheets for the NPCs.
Okay, because
But it's fairly
it occurred
common.
to me. Okay, because I was like thinking like when you were talking about the what do you call this, the barbarian subtype, or in they grow natural weapons. Does that mean it's like okay, so one action they do, okay, I do 2 swipes with like left and right, and then what second action I do a bite attack, or like the
So
monk flurry of blows.
Flurry of Blows is a thing that you can do. In regards to the Barbarian, the subclass gives you access to natural weapons. So you grow claws, you grow fangs. It doesn't give you stuff to do with them necessarily. That's what other feats would do, like Sudden Charge, which lets you stride twice and attack. Or like, what's a good example? I mean, there's a bunch. Honestly, it's other sources that are going to give you the cool tricks. They just facilitate the cool tricks.
Oh, thank you.
Not a problem.
Oh yeah, boss man.
Yeah.
Uh, it another thing that came to mind. So Eridan's like Eridan's a tree druid, right?
He is a druid of the leaf, I believe.
Okay. So flora based druid. Is there like an ability, or at least not even Pathfinder mechanics, mostly just Aethys stuff. Is there like an ability wherein, like, let's say you're again tree druid, you take flora and then you transmutate it to basically be like quote unquote healing? If you're like, again, you
Yeah,
lose
that's
a
literally
hand.
his main ability.
No, yeah. To be fair, his little creature just spits out mud, and that's the healing mud.
Yeah,
I'm
healing
mostly
plaster.
going for, yeah. But what I'm getting at is, okay. Let's say they lose a limb, they attach a like a wooden stump hand, and then can they like mutate that to be like, like, how druids can like shift into like some sort of like a treant form? Can they change that tree branch arm into flesh?
No.
Okay, so that's not a thing.
It
I
might be able
gotcha.
to, but it's probably going to be higher level.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff you can do at higher level, so I wouldn't write it off.
Oh. Turning it into flesh?
yeah,
I mean,
because
we've got like wood to flesh, and I don't know if we've got wood to flesh. We've got like stone to flesh and flesh to stone and things like that.
it occurred to me, right? Like, again, if you're a druid and you're a druid healer, wouldn't you be able to basically convert, like, it's like transmutation magic, right? You convert one thing into another thing, and since you're nature themed,
I don't think they
and
would
it's
do that
unalive.
though. I think they would make you
Mm.
rock that like nature arm prosthetic.
There's also an
Mm.
archetype for that called Sterling Dynamo. If you want to make like a really cool prosthetic.
That's
I think
Or
if a
would
druid
you-
gave you a prosthetic limb, they would expect you to rock that prosthetic limb because it came from nature.
or okay, if let's say not it turns into flesh, would it be like a thing wherein you combine the two parts, like, okay, so wooden part or nature part, like plant part, and you basically meld it into the flesh bit, right, to make it like one whole being instead of like, again, prosthetic.
Sure.
Like,
They
okay.
just wouldn't turn it into flesh though. Also, you do have stone to flesh, but that's only for petrified creatures.
We do have a pretty cool spell that I'm looking at right now called Lignify.
Ligna? What the fuck? This is a Ligna joke. 6th level. You turn the target's flesh slowly into wood. Oh, I see. The reverse.
Mhm.
See,
Be
That-
one with
that one
nature,
sounds
whether you
like
like it or not.
punishment.
Target one creature made of flesh. They must make a fortitude save.
Yeah, see, that's like a punishment deal. What I'm getting at is mostly like, okay,
You could
let's say the
totally
person
have
that got
something
yeah
like
the
that.
person so wait, the person that lost the limb doesn't want a tree branch arm, and they're like, hey, please, I really want flesh arm, could you please,
Why would you go to
do
a
something
druid?
about it? I guess it's less the why go to it, it's more like accessibility, right? And I bring it up because we have Eridan right here, which pertains to druidism.
I'd
don't
let you
know.
know right now, unless it's like a special sect of druids who are like tight with tight with like people in cities and shit. If you came to them, they gave you an arm, and then you started bitching and moaning that you wanted a flesh arm
Not
instead.
Not bitching and moaning, Jesus.
What do you think? What is that then, if not bitching and moaning? That I want a
Hey,
flesh
man.
arm. I thank you for giving me my arm back, but I wanted a flesh arm. I wanted a flesh. Why can't I have a flesh hand? The druid goes,
So-
okay, you don't get a hand anymore, and then takes your hand away.
Just rips it off.
Your credit card was declined. They rip your hand off at the stump.
I guess it's because, well, to be fair, right? I say quote unquote flesh arm. It's more like what do you call this? Again, prosthetic. Like, again, how well is the prosthetic like attached to your person, and how well can you control it?
You
Right?
can control it.
Like,
So here's the thing. If they're going to do that to you, I would say that's like a ritual thing that they would do. You would need to be consenting to it, because again, consent is key. And then they would basically like it would be, you wouldn't really have like much sensation. It won't be a 1-for-1 with your hand, but you can control it. You'll probably still get like a phantom itch.
Oh, that sounds terrible.
Would it be like would it be controllable to a sense that like you could do quote unquote finer things like again
Yeah.
write a pen or okay.
There's rules for that as well.
Oh.
Yeah, we got a whole section about accessibility options for players and their characters. You can have a wheelchair. You can have, there's actually there's animal companions that you can get as a ranger that work as a chair. Like there's an ooze form chair, I believe, and there's another one that I can't quite remember.
Can't wait for Hilda to become a chair for Stenwald.
I think Hilda will become a rug
I was
before she
about
becomes
to
a chair.
No.
There is a spell that does what you want, though, Legion, called Regenerate, and it works effectively the same way as 5th edition. But it's kind of scarier than 5th edition. You gain Regeneration 15, which is basically fast healing. But every time you regain hit points from that fast healing, you can regrow 1 damaged or ruined organ. So you could be fighting somebody, have an arm chopped off, and then in the next 6 seconds it grows back. They chop it off again.
God.
6 seconds later it grows back. And you can just do that for a minute. Yeah, the stress is just going up and up and up.
You get 10 stress immediately. Like, fuck!
Yeah, I mean, don't mess with archdruids. If you're blessed by an archdruid, you're not going down. There's a really low-level spell. I'll see if I can find it. There's a really, really low-level spell called like Wooden Fists or something like that, which turns your hands into wood.
Oh my god!
For the duration of the spell, gives you like an unarmed attack that you can beat people with.
Yeah, see, it's like. Yeah, see, like, look at that, right? There's a lot of spells that turn, okay, I'm gonna shift your flesh into wood, but there's almost like very little. Yeah, there's almost like very little that's vice versa. Like, what if I, again, like, say you're burnt, right? Or you're badly mauled or marred or injured or some such, and you wish to use, like, plant matter as, like, the thing you want to graft onto, like, and use it as basically a material, since it is quote unquote a living thing as well. Like, it should take, right?
I mean, this is something,
dude. If you give me a heart, my body's gonna reject that heart. That's like
a fair
the
point,
biggest thing with like transplants. You're on immunosuppressors for the rest of your life.
Well, to be fair, right? It's not like you're just taking like a leaf and just wrapping it around a burned hand.
What are you taking then?
Quote unquote. It's magic. It's a fantasy setting. It's not like real life.
That's the fantasy of it, is that if you're going to get a cool wooden hand, they're not going to just suddenly turn it into flesh. You now have a cool wooden hand.
Okay. Maybe the chopped off limb is a bit too much. Let's say you just get badly injured to the extent that your skin's like all peeled and stuff and such.
I cast Cure Wounds at 3rd level. You're now cured. Your flesh gone.
Cure Wounds could take the form, depending on like what class you're playing and what you and your GM have agreed upon. It could take the form of being wrapped in leaves as you heal. There's nowhere that says that you can't flavor your spells. Speaking of flavorful spells, I wanted to mention this bad boy because I'm in the wood tray at the minute and I saw this bad boy. It's called Wooden Double. I don't know if we have any fans of Naruto here.
Oh my god.
When they would swap themselves with a tree log, that is a spell in Pathfinder.
Can you swap yourselves with the position of a protector tree? Or does it have to be a wooden log?
It basically, you disappear. I'll read it verbatim if you like.
Okay.
A wooden double appears out of nowhere and takes the blow in your place. Take a step action, so you get to move 5 feet. A wooden block of your size and roughly shaped like you appears in the space you left and absorbs the hit. The block has a hardness of 5, hit points 20, and if the block is destroyed, you take any excess damage that the block did not absorb. After taking the blow, the wooden block collapses into a pile of splinters and dust. Here's the best
Pretty
part.
chunky.
Wizards can cast that spell. Yeah,
That is
it's
pretty
like
chunky though. 20.
something
That's
about
like a 20.
Gandalf disappearing and leaving behind a target dummy sounds hilarious to me.
Does it have to be wood specifically, or can it be any other material?
It specifies wooden and it has the wood trait, so I would say wood in this circumstance.
Is there anything else wherein can you like upgrade it to like a stone pillar or a boulder, right? So
There
that it's
might
like
be other spells
larger health.
similar. I know that there's a lot of air spells that as a reaction you get to like move around and stop attacks and that sort of thing. But I don't think there's anything quite like Wooden Double. Obviously, it's a reference and an homage to the old ninja movies. But yeah, there's a bunch of homages in this spell list. It's kind of like how, in 5th edition, everybody talks about the spell components being references to jokes, like pulling the wool over your eyes for invisibility, because it requires a piece of wool. In Pathfinder, you'll find homages and references to pop culture and things like that in their spells and descriptions and stuff.
I can't wait for Pathfinder 3rd edition to reference Skibidi Toilet in one of its spells.
I would not be surprised if Skibidi Toilet hasn't already wormed its way into the pipeline.
Oh my god.
I hope it does, because that would be hilarious.
What?
I'm trying to remember as well.
I should have known that you were a Brain Rot fan. I don't know why I'm surprised,
I love
actually.
Brain Rot.
Not you.
Oh,
Although I am surprised by you, posh British man.
dude, I've watched all the way up to episode 69 of Skibidi Toilet, and I stopped because it was funny.
Wait, what?
Interesting.
That is the first I've
We are
heard
not
of it.
fucking talking about Skibidi Toilet. I will kill both of you.
I'm sorry.
Please, Laura, finish until the most recent episode. 78, I think.
It's too funny to stop on 69.
78. Fucking Christ.
I think they're going to 100. A cool 80 or 100 is what I think they're going to end on.
To be fair,
I don't want to hear. No, I don't want to hear anything. In fact, no to be fairs, no fucking hear me outs with your
Now, wait a
fucking
minute.
TikTok brain rot.
Oh,
It's not TikTok brain rot, Jesus.
there's an actual story. There's lore.
Yeah, there's lore and plot. Like, it's pretty basic lore and plot, but there's still lore and plot. Okay, so Boss Man,
He's gone
right?
quiet. I think we're in danger.
You just have to view it as like the whole Skibidi thing as like a cognito hazard. Like,
It's
it's
a good thing we
literally
have an
showing
ocean
one
in
of
the
the episodes. True.
There's a very cool spell that druids get. It's primal only. So sorcerers, druids, anybody with access to the primal list can get the 10th rank spell. So it's as strong a spell that you can get, called Nature Incarnate. And this has the ability to, it's basically a battle form. It's a polymorph spell that transforms you into basically another creature. You get to pick between a green man and a kaiju. And you can transform into exactly what that sounds like, a green man or a kaiju. Now, green men are lesser deities. So you can literally become a lesser deity for a little bit. Very, very fun. Yeah, Nye's got it. In Pathfinder 2nd Edition, prosthesis is pretty much a replacement limb in all functionality. Yeah, they don't ever in Pathfinder want to... Punish is maybe not the right word, but they don't want to give you any negatives for who you are. You know what I mean? Aside from, like, obviously, we have the ancestral bonuses and those sort of things. But in terms of, like, disabilities, they want to be as inclusive as possible, which I think is the correct way to look at it. Is Green Man from Dragonlance? Oh, I never knew that.
Oh yeah, boss.
What?
Will you be including the old like healing items you made, like the hail drought, or is that scrapped now?
There's no reason to bring that over.
They say there's no reason or there's reason.
There's no reason.
Oh, okay.
Now, are you sure you want to have them lose stress on a crit? Because those are more common.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah, because they also gain stress from being critically hit.
Yeah, the problem is, and I don't know if you've foreseen this, typically in a fight, only one side is scoring easy crits. It's either the one guy fighting the party or the party against a room full of enemies. So you're not going to have a ton of sway on both sides in every combat. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
There might be a combat where you never score a crit and the enemy does it every attack.
Is
That's
it
fine.
a natural crit or is it like a regular crit?
It's any critical hit, so 10 or over.
That's juicy. I like
Oh,
that.
okay. Okay, so it's not a nat 20. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe if maybe the characters get stress if it's a nat 20 and they lose the stress if it's like 10 or over.
No.
Oh, okay.
If you get critically hit,
Down.
boom, you gain stress.
You gain more stress if it's a nat 20 or nah?
No. I've contemplated failed saving throws also giving stress, but I'm holding off
Okay,
on that
that's a
for
bit
now.
rough. That's a bit rough.
Yeah. I don't know if that's
Maybe
necessary.
wait. If it's a crit fail, if it's a nat 1, maybe.
My
But
only thought is that a lot of enemies in Pathfinder have fortitude saves attached to attacks. Things like diseases and poisonous claws, things like that. So if they crit hit you and you fail the save, that's a lot of stress in one go. Might be what we want, but something to think about.
gritty.
Not to mention, an enemy could just demoralize you in combat if they have high charisma.
Correct, which you would also gain stress from.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Or is
yes,
have you added that
verbally
already?
abuse someone.
That could be a good one. Like if you fail a save against either a coerce check or a demoralize check.
I was working off the frightened condition.
The
I
natural
mean,
one.
it gives you the frightened condition, so that works
Yeah.
for sure. Actually, that's probably better. If like you fail a save against a fear effect, because fear is a trait, that might also be a good blanket term.
I have when a creature becomes afraid of another creature or is attacked by a creature they're afraid of, the afraid creature gains 1 stress.
Seems good.
And if you die, if you know your friend
Also,
dies, you
for
roll a
the
d4.
removing.
Huh? What's up, Legion?
Oh, sorry. I think my signal is. Sorry. I think my internet connection is being spotty.
What's good?
Hello. Am I back?
Hello?
Okay. Sorry. I think my internet was being spotty. I was asking if. So you mentioned something about food eventually being able to remove stress, right? Like good food.
I have a item called an adventurer's feast, which is if everybody partakes, everybody loses 2 stress.
Okay. So remember. Okay. I think this was still in 5 EU, but remember the like camping equipment or camping gear or the tent, the Comfy series that basically gives you a better night's rest,
Mhm.
if I remember correctly. What if it's like just like some sort of like, what do you call this? Just like modifier, like an adjective you put into like a food item that basically allows you to remove stress. So there's like regular rations and then there's like, the the even better rations that basically remove stress if you consume it.
Mm,
Like a modifier in front of the regular ration bit. Yeah, so it basically just tack it on to any random item that you think would. Okay, so like the party finds this like little crate full of like modifier name food that basically, okay, if you eat from this specific batch of food, you're able to remove stress, like something like that. But if you eat like from the other crate that doesn't have this specific
Uh,
modifier. You just
I mean,
it's just
we have like chocolate, which reduces stress if you eat it with an ally.
Does it have to be eaten with an ally? Like,
Are you going to be an asshole and not share it with somebody?
what if I want a chocolate bar to myself?
Sure. Then yeah, you could. It's an ally of your choice.
Okay,
So if
okay.
you don't
I
choose
guess
anybody, then sure.
okay, wait. I just realized how big is the chocolate that you're saying that you can share it with someone and feel less stressed and satisfied.
It's not like a chocolate bar. It's like a box of chocolates.
Okay. Nah, okay, fair enough. Are you porting over some of the other items like the smut books? Are
Mm-hmm.
those still a thing or are they now
Yeah.
removed? Oh, okay, nice.
There's literally no reason to not to. So
Wait, then why'd you remove like some of the other healing stuff like hail drops or like the
because
weft cloths?
we already have something equivalent, which is what the elixirs of life would be.
Ah, okay, understood.
Yeah, that's all it is. Is that the hail drop basically is redundant at this point. It's just there's an elixir of life now that basically replaces it.
Okay, understood.
Fun fact about the elixir of life that I just noticed: it doesn't have the vitality trait, and it doesn't restore vitality. So I believe that works on undead.
Nice. Oh yeah, vitality. Neat.
Oh, another thing that came to mind last night for me was does when you turn into a vampire or you become a lich or you get infected with lycanthropy, does it change your alignment or does it retain what you were when you were
Uh,
base person?
Pathfinder doesn't have alignment after the remaster. They ditched it
Okay,
for
okay.
fear of
So
OGL debacle.
does it change your personality? Like you become more evil or you lean
So here's
towards
the
more.
thing. If you become a vampire, it's not your choice. Usually that's forced upon
Mhm.
you. And you're more than likely underneath the thraldom of the vampire who turned you. So
The
you
Lord.
obey the whims of your vampire, your sire.
Oh, is this a situation where if let's say a party kills your vampire lord, do you go free or do you die as someone sired by that vampire?
I think you're free, but good luck depending on what type of vampire you are. Like if you're a relatively fresh-faced vampire, you're fucked. Like you have nobody who's going to help you now.
Oh, this is for Aethys or vampire in general?
Adis. I
Okay,
mean, when I
okay.
talk about this shit, I'm usually talking through a perspective I know. So
Okay. Well, I am a bit unsure because you guys did play World of Darkness, so I had to make sure.
I don't know shit about World of Darkness vampires. Fuck if I know.
Okay. I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't know if Necro talked to you guys about more vampire stuff. So I'm not sure about your knowledge about World of Darkness vampires. So I just had to make sure.
Hmm.
For lycanthropies, for lycanthropes, do you is it just you become like frenzied, like feral, or do you go back to
Oh yeah,
being
you're immediately feral. You have no fucking control over being a werewolf. That takes time and effort to control.
okay.
In my first ever game called Shadows over Mauritania, one of the players, Azaius, a follower of Zomarin, who is the war god, he was a monk, got bitten and contracted lycanthropy. And he became a were-tiger. And on the night of the full moon, he lost complete control of his character. I basically took his character sheet, and he went sicko mode. He ran off into the wilderness for the night. A party found him the next day, basically laid out in a ditch.
Alive or dead?
Alive. It's very hard
Did
to
the
kill
player
werewolves.
Did the player get the character back once they're done, or is
Yeah,
it like,
once they were done.
NPC? Ah, okay, okay.
And they found the aftermath of what he did the next day when they went into the nearby town.
Oh no. So, is it concerning if Elena goes werewolf, or
No.
does she have control over it?
She's a werewolf lord. If anybody knows how to control their lycanthropy, it's her.
Okay. Well, again, you never know, right? Like, you could be a vampire lord, but you're still bloodthirsty as hell. So
I don't really think you're a vampire lord at that point. Having lord associated with your name usually denotes some level of control. Not only control over yourself, but control over other werewolves and other vampires.
wait, I just remembered. There are other werewolves in.
Yes, there are a lot of other werewolves.
Is Elena their head, or because she's a vampire, a werewolf lord, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is she the lord, or are others lords as well?
She is one of the most powerful vampire, or one of the most powerful werewolves, aside from another one in the same town.
Okay. Oh yeah, can werewolf lords function in the same like group area, or is it like, again, do they have joint custody over the other werewolves?
The other werewolf lord wants nothing to do with leading the werewolves.
That other werewolf lord, remind me again, that's the one with their son, right?
Yes, that's Gabriel.
Okay.
Yeah, he wants literally nothing to do with the lycanthropy. He greatly dislikes that he still has lycanthropy, but he's a very powerful werewolf.
If someone who's just a regular werewolf is in the presence of, like, say, again, Elena, right, who has control over her lycanthropy, does that affect like the feralness of that werewolf, like that new werewolf that came about? Like, would Elena's influence extend to that other werewolf
Yes.
for them to not go like feral, or
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's not like Elena has to physically corral them, or like make them submit, or
Nope.
like
They know the
say
moment that
stand
they
down.
meet her.
It's like a call. Oh, that's nice.
Asdru, it's a 40-minute activity, because that's usually how long it takes, unless you're fucking speed running how to smoke a pipe and tobacco. Usually it takes around 40 minutes to fully burn out a tobacco pipe.
GM, I would like to cast Deep Breath while using the pipe and tobacco.
Oh no!
Just drag out the whole pipe in one go.
Big huff.
All right, go ahead and roll me a fortitude save.
Imagine though. What if they succeed?
Cool. I mean, you did it then. Good job.
You just huff it.
To be fair, you could also use the ability Eat Fire, because there's a cantrip called Eat Fire that lets you breathe out smoke after taking fire damage. It's pretty good.
Related to that, how about are there cigarettes in Aethys?
I've talked about cigarettes before in the past. They're not like cigarettes like what we have today. They're rolled.
Okay, so it's like cigars, but not as fancy? Question mark.
Have you never had a rolled cigarette? Rolled cigarettes
like
are
a
not
pack of
cigars.
I have not smoked
It's just like
anything.
hand
I am
rolled,
fully
yeah.
no filter.
Yeah.
Little
okay.
paper
Okay,
tee.
I'm a bit confused. What's because cigars is like the whole leaf, right?
You
That you
can
roll.
buy cigarette. Not that I would know this. I don't smoke, but you can buy the cigarette papers that make a cigarette, and then you can hand roll your own cigarettes. Typically, people will keep like a tin to use it as like a tool where they keep their tobacco.
Okay, okay. Wait, 1 second, 1 second. So what's the thing inside the cigarette? Is that not leaves? Like
I'm pretty
the
sure
thing that makes it?
cigar, like how to make cigars, is a very different process, and the tobacco is also very different from cigarettes.
Hmm Cigars use the leaves as the
Yeah,
casing, whereas
yeah,
cigarettes
yeah,
use
yeah.
paper.
But the inside, the contents of the cigarette, is it that's leaf, right? Or is that something else?
I mean,
I'm
that's
not
tobacco
familiar. Ah, okay, so it is the leaf just chopped up, and then like a
dried
filter.
out. Well, you would have a filter this day and age, but if you hand roll it, you might not have a filter.
Okay. Would filters exist in ATIS for the cigarettes that
No,
they hand
I
roll?
just said that they're hand rolled.
Yeah, hand rolled, but again, the filters, the little things at the end, the nubs, would they still exist even if they're hand
No,
rolled, or is it?
you are a raw
What?
dog in that fucking cigarette.
Just spitting out whatever tobacco you suck up.
Oh God, no.
Nice.
Yeah, welcome to smoking. It's not nearly as sexy as they make it look.
It's in
It
the
can be sexy
90s.
in fiction when you don't do it.
I want you to know every person that you watch smoking like an old style cigarette, while like if they're on camera, they're not doing it, but the moment afterwards, they're fucking like spitting out every little single fucking tobacco leaf that they have. That's exactly what you are. It's not nearly as glamorous.
I love the
It-
image of like a laborer walking into the Yaldi general store. Yes, Lovate 2 from the top shelf, please. To your finest Marlboro.
I'm a marble man.
I'm a Marlboro man. I like it
Please.
toasted.
The telly shows it so hot and sexy. Like you're telling me that's not how it is.
Today's cigarettes, you could get away with fucking some femme fatale fucking taking a drag of a cigarette, or like pulling the cigarette from your mouth and taking a drag of it, because she has a filter. If she took your fucking hand rolled cigarette and fucking took a puff, she'd be like, what the fuck? And then flick it back at you. That's what you would be dealing with.
Okay, so you're saying to me right now that the filters, modern day filters, do not exist in ATIS, that they can
Correct.
just put in between.
Correct. That is what I'm saying. You want to know what most people in ATIS are smoking? Pipes. They use pipes.
Oh. What about those the thing wherein the cigarette is at the end and that there's like a long thing that there's like in the like it's like what the ladies in those
Yeah,
commercials
those
did
exist.
back then. Ah, okay. Okay, so if you're smoking like something like that, does the tobacco still go
Yeah,
through that
dog.
long tube? Oh, wait. Does it go through the tobacco pipe as well?
No, because you
What's
pack
going?
it.
I, I don't understand. I don't
I
know.
can tell. You pack
Well,
the
yes.
pipe. You pack the pipe. That way it's condensed. It basically
Okay.
makes it into a brick. You then heat up the brick. That's what you are
Okay.
smoking. When you are fucking when you are finger fucking a cigarette to make it into this loose rolled piece of garbage, you are inhaling the tobacco. There's nothing there. Like the only thing holding it together is your paper. And guess what? Your paper gets wet with your mouth. You're sucking that shit into your mouth. There's nothing there. You didn't pack that shit together.
I'm sorry.
It's just like when you put dip in your mouth. Guess what? That shit's going everywhere. It's all over your teeth. It's all over your gums. Ask me how I know. Ask me how I know.
I don't know. What is dip?
Ask
what,
me
what's
how
dip?
I know.
You know.
Because I did it.
I don't even know what dip is.
Dipping tobacco.
What is dipping tobacco?
It is treated tobacco that you take a little pinch of, and you put it between your lip and your gums.
Oh, is this the spitting thing?
Correct.
Where you're like, hot to
Correct.
You hear the little bowl. I
That's
thought it was
right.
called chewing
Little
tobacco.
spittoon.
That was it, spittoon.
That's what I saw in the Western movies.
I've heard that can bleed, that can get bad.
Oh yeah, you rot your gums. That is a very easy
Yeah.
and quick way to get mouth cancer.
Nice. Remember, kids, smoking's bad.
Correct. The only reason I don't smoke today is because I moved from a place where cigarettes were dirt fucking cheap. And I moved to a place where a pack of cigarettes, my Marlboro Blacks that I was smoking, went from around $4 to $14. And I went,
Oh.
no fucking
Oh,
thank you. I'm quite all right. No more for me, ma'am. And then I went home.
Okay.
And my mom's like, you didn't bring your smokes? And I was like, I've quit smoking.
Nice. Cold turkey. I've
Correct.
done it, mother.
W for the government. We saved another one.
Nice. No amount of the packaging having like the
That
effects
shit
of
doesn't work.
smoking.
No,
Yeah.
we don't have it like the UK, where the UK shows like a fucking baby dying on the front of their box.
It's some good shit.
Ours is like
show
Marlboro,
all kinds.
fucking Lucky Strikes, toasted. Like it's like nice, heartwarming messages on the front.
I heard that in Australia, if you're of a certain age now, like if you're younger, you can't even buy cigarettes anymore. They're phasing them out.
Makes sense. We changed our age from 18 to 21, which is hilarious that you can go die in a foreign country before you can smoke a cigarette.
Don't ever get me started on that argument.
It's so fucking funny.
It's the same over here.
I remember seeing that and being like, Christ, cool, man. Awesome.
Yeah,
Thanks,
you can
dude.
be married and have kids at 16 in this country.
Mm-hmm.
And you can not sign up for the military until you're 18. There's a bunch of stuff like that. You can't drink, but you could be married with kids.
Insane.
Sus.
Mr. Lore,
Backwards.
Mr.
Yes,
Brown,
sir.
I have a question.
I love questions, please.
Which do you prefer if you were to choose between the two? Chicken burger or chicken sandwiches?
What's the difference?
Yeah, define it.
Okay, well, chicken burger is usually ground chicken shaped into a patty, and then more often than not, deep fried, right? Well, chicken sandwiches have fillets in it, like
Chicken sandwich.
actual.
Yeah, I'll take the
Okay.
sandwich.
Easy dub chicken sandwich.
Yeah, it's
And
mostly
besides-
boneless chicken.
Chicken burgers in this country, if you get them from like a takeaway or something, typically it's just sliced chicken breast.
Oh,
I
is
don't
it?
think I've had like a
that-
chicken burger. That sounds
I've never
Weird.
had like ground chicken.
yeah. I've never had like
Mm.
one giant chicken nugget. Like that's never been like a thing.
Although that is
Really?
now winning me over. A giant chicken
Honestly,
nugget.
yeah.
Oh,
That's
hang on,
basically
wait a
what it
minute.
is. It's just a giant chicken
Honestly,
nugget.
Now wait a minute.
It is a giant chicken nugget.
If somebody was just selling giant chicken nuggets, it might be over for me.
Yeah, that's
that might
like
be it,
yeah, that's like a thing here in the Philippines. It's like yes, before we had like these delicious chicken sandwiches, right? And then as you know, inflation goes up and like the ingredients cost more. It's like they phased out the full chicken sandwich fillets and just like, okay guys, here's the next alternative. It's just as good, I swear. It's just giant chicken nugget between two buns. I'm like, you know what? I guess it's fine. It's good enough.
Good enough ain't good enough.
Man, I was so disappointed when I found. I thought the reason why we just buy when I go out and my mom brings back like chicken burgers. I thought the reason was, oh, okay, I understand. It's a bit expensive now, so I can, I'm fine with just chicken burger. But
Is
what when I had money and when I went to check, it's like it's out of the menu. Like, what? Where's the chicken sandwiches? You guys were priding yourselves over the chicken sandwich before.
do I see a reference? A Tarosi classic written by a gentle ruffian.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Ruffian basically created the one of the first smut books for Adis
that
The
say
Dragon's
less.
called The Dragon's Lance.
Nice.
I
Gotta
came up
do it.
with the other one. Ubu.
Why does that not surprise me? What's the name of yours, Legion?
Under the All Father's gaze.
That's a good play on words. Nice.
It's an anthology book. Ubu.
Actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna ask. I'm gonna keep the price the same.
Come on, you can ask.
I was gonna. Well, is 40 gold too much for a smut book?
Depends the target audience, If we're talking about just an average layman, absolutely, they're never going to buy that book in their life. If it's a noble smart book, can you put a price on happiness?
It does reduce your stress by 6.
How?
If I was a
Is it-
noble,
Wait. Is it a
and I
one-time
needed some
use?
light reading. One-time use.
It is a one-time
Is it
use. Yes.
reusable? It is one-time use.
Once you
Oh my
once you
God.
read it, you don't gain the same. You already know what's going to happen. You don't gain the same pleasure from
Oh.
reading it again.
That
Wait,
makes
wait.
sense.
Do you not find comfort in a well-read
Nope.
book? Wow.
Nope,
I
not the
don't.
same way. You never get it the same way. I can
Yeah.
tell you, having
Oh, I
read
love this
one of
next
my
part.
favorite books, it is not the same as the first time I read it.
100%. When you're procedurally generating the image in your mind versus when you're remembering it is completely different.
Okay, but would it completely remove all like stress removal, or is it like, okay, first time use, 6 stress removal, second time use, or like subsequent uses, it's just like 2
That
removal?
sounds complicated from a gameplay standpoint.
Correct.
Okay,
This is a
fair
very
enough.
gamified mechanic.
Yeah, I mean, for
would you-
example, you could pass this to the next person and then they could
Yeah,
read
yeah,
it. But for a
Would they s-
gameplay, we're just going to make it disappear.
Oh.
You gotta.
Is it not like?
So it's the way that I've written it is that these books are so coveted that when you read it, in some way, whenever you're done reading it, the book it vanishes more or less. It gets
It's like
taken,
Notebook.
you drop it, something like that happened. Like once you finish reading it, the fate has decided that you don't get to keep the book. That's how coveted these books are.
Have you ever read the rule book for Merkburg?
No, what's that?
It's a very grimdark TTRPG. Small book, little yellow thing. It's adorable. And basically the whole plot revolves around the world is ending, right? You've got a number of days before it's the end of the world, and every day you have a new event that completely changes the entirety of the world. Like, one of them could be all water turns to dust. That's the level of bad we're talking about.
Mm.
And at the very, very end of the book, when you reach the end of the game, the last paragraph tells you to burn the book.
Oh shit!
When the game is over, burn the book.
God damn.
Yeah. So I don't know if at the end of Dragonlance it's like, yeah, don't tell your friends, burn the copy.
Burn the guy.
Burn it. You have to. They can't know what you've seen.
That's so funny.
This is like Herman
Man.
Mora's coveted black books. You open it and it's like game changing.
I'm not gonna lie, Lore. It's so funny if you apply that to a smut book. It's like, oh damn, this book is so good.
They can
This
never
is just
know.
for me.
Either so good
Yeah,
or
I
so
will
bad.
burn this. I will burn this before I let anyone reads this copy of mine. It's like fucking flash paper. After you
paper.
just you just slam it on the ground
Holy
and just
shit. What if at the end there is like an igniter or something at the end of the book?
Just like a cantrip or a folk magic or something.
Yeah.
You reach the final page, turn it, you see a rune, it begins to glow. What? The book goes up in flames.
I mean, I guess that would also explain why it's like so expensive, because it's always just a one-time use.
I love the idea of there being like a smut guild somewhere in Adis. And like all of the members who make these coveted tomes all agreed to like hide the secrets of their passion. And as a result, they all put that rune in the back of the books.
Nice.
They just work in like a monastery somewhere. Just some, repressed monks just writing out smut all day.
Oh, that's also good myth where like you finish reading it, you close it, you open it again, and it's like Sun Tzu's like Art of War. Like it completely changes the book.
That's so rough.
Basically, you close it, right, and then you open it, and then when you flip it back, it's no longer the book title that you originally bought. It's like a different title entirely. What the hell?
Imagine if closing the book is what makes it change. So you're like halfway through, somebody walks in on you, you slam the book shut, and you're like, "Fuck!"
No!
You're like,
gain of stress.
Fuck!
oh my god! I just realized. What if it's like, okay, so to make it very discreet, it's like when you first get the book, it's a regular old book, and then when you open it, that's the trigger to turn it into the smut book, and then you can like read it, and then when you flip it, like it's all meant to be like read in one sitting, and when you accidentally close it and then open it, it's a different book entirely, and it's gone. The smut is gone.
I mean,
you're just reading a ledger.
It is meant to be read in one sitting because that's how the stress rules work. So,
how long? How long do you read this?
I love the idea of all these books being closed by like a chastity lock that you have to unlock and then you can't put it back on.
Nice.
How long? How long do you sit down and read this book?
Well, the initial ruling for the full book, not the chapters, the full book was that it took you an hour.
An hour for a book is a short story. I don't know, maybe that's all they need.
Man, can't believe...
Stress is gone, booyah. Close the book. We're done here. Chapter 2 starts in 2 pages. It doesn't matter.
Yes. That's when you get like, you get like the powerful copies wherein you get 2 reads out of it, so you can like give it to someone else after.
I love Overcord's idea here. There has to be an order of clerics who's like searching and hunting down these books.
That's my favorite thing is that the item comes from Darkest Dungeon and the item belongs to the Vestal.
Really?
Yeah. So the whole reason the Vestal was thrown out of her order was because she was lusting after a couple in the courtyard of the church who were basically like sexily posing. And she was like ready to break her vows of chastity. She was having impure thoughts.
I haven't done her, what is it called? The Shrine of...
Yeah, Shrine of Reflection.
That's the one. I haven't done her Shrine of Reflection.
Yeah, like her first one is her like basically lighting fires in the church, but she keeps stealing glances out the windows at the couple that's out there. And she's like watching them like touch each other's body and stuff. And if she lets the fires burn out, she gets reprimanded by the father that's there. And you gain stress. So she has to like keep the fires lit.
Such a good game.
So all of the like smut books and stuff that you find are made for the Vestal. They're her books. So I mean, I'd be down for a Vestal who's hunting for the books for herself.
That sounds great to me.
This is fucked.
Do you have like a saint or a goddess or a god of passion and that sort of thing?
Yes, Sariel, though I do plan on reworking him. He is my god of like emotions and things like that. He is he's very much about like love and passion.
Well, that could easily be the cleric's order.
The cleric of yes, man. Imagine, right? Imagine there's like a sect of just writers. of just writers, and they're like illegally writing, and then there's like an inquisition of smut knights trying to find the books and catalog that and keep them for themselves.
I mean, it was a monk's duty in the church to record and transcribe books and stuff.
Correct.
Jesus.
So
When the Vikings invaded, that was the first places they hit.
Oh my god. I just fucking realized. What do you call it? Logan's old order. I forgot the name. Like find secrets or keep the secrets, etc. Imagine if one of their tenets was like find all the smut books, Logan. You gotta find it and you gotta keep it. You gotta keep it away from people, Logan. Logan, listen to me, Logan. The smut books, they're out there. And they're for you, specifically, Logan.
specifically for you.
It's so fucked.
Be like a
I mean-
succubi would be like a mouth to the flame. True.
Maybe the
I mean,
cleric
you
is a
got-
succubi. Or a
You
succubus.
gotta have more books then, boss. You gotta have more smut books if
Yeah,
that's
we
the
need
case.
more smart books for sure. More references. I don't
There
know.
was I wish I had it still. There's a really great painting of like a female soldier or something like that, basically being like tempted, like she has like two lovers on either side of her that are like tugging at her collar and kissing her, and there was a redraw of it, like a fan art of it with the Vestal, with the grave robber and like with Reynold the crusader.
Rain. Grave robber, I get, because she had like the abusive relationship, ran away, that kind of thing. Why Reynold?
Reynolds gay though, right? For the other guy.
Reynold
For
in his
Dismas.
art had a wife and a child.
As
Yeah,
far as I'm
but-
concerned,
the-
Reynold
the-
and Dismas are together forever.
They died. It's all good.
What do you mean? Reynolds back in DD2?
No, I meant
Yeah.
the wife and the child. Didn't they die?
No, he abandoned them.
Oh, I see. Perfect.
No, my God, the horrors of war is what kept him from coming home.
And the touch
This
of
is
a
how I
man
fucking know that you
with a
spend
lover.
all your time on Tumblr. Jesus Christ. Listen,
There's
I
something-
also ship Dismas and Reynold, but Reynold literally had a wife and child before he left for war, whom he is shown
Yeah.
loving. And the only reason he doesn't come home is because he's so stricken with grief over the shit that he did during war that he abandoned them.
Yes, and only the touch of a male companion can
And then he
keep him
found Dismas.
keeping him stable in this turbulent and rocky world.
Not
that he's
stable
found.
enough. That
fucking-
motherfucker sacrifices himself against the God itself, basically.
And it brought him back, right? It kept him alive. He was like, this was my lover. I'm back. For you, specifically. I came back to be with my
For
friends
you.
again, rather than to be with my family. Man, that's... Fuck.
Nice. Vitals on the case.
I can't wait for another Gentle Ruffian classic wherein it's a Tarosi road warden and a Morling that's like on the cusp of turning into Order.
Legion, what's your favorite Darkest Dungeon character and why?
I have not played Darkest Dungeon because I have
fake
nothing
fan.
to play with. I literally have nothing to play with.
That's what
are
I'm
you
saying.
on?
dog. That's why I was like,
Fake
that's how I
fan.
know you're a fucking Tumblr guy.
I literally have nothing to play with. Okay, but I like Reynold. I like the design. I like the Crusader look.
I also like my
Crusader does look
kleptomaniac.
dope. Yeah, he starts with Klepto, doesn't he, in
Yep.
the first game?
He also starts with it in
Literally the
2.
first chest.
The piece of shit. He still has it when you first
Christ.
fucking get him. Guess what? Kleptomaniac fucking stuck right onto his fucking name.
That's the worst trait. I fucking hate Klepto. That's my loot. Death being angry at this walking corpse is very fun. Oh, is he referring to...
Oh, the flagellant. You get
Yeah, for
hunted.
sure.
By death
I
itself.
love the flagellant. Like, I mean, I always called him the flagellant because that's how I always pronounced it. But God, I love his story and the payoff at the end as well. So good.
I love how he's like, I haven't suffered enough. And death is literally like, yes, you fucking have.
I'm right here, Doc.
Dear God, stop it.
And he's like, no, I must. Yeah, I love his blight build too. Oh, peak content. I just love the fact that he takes on everybody's crap and then makes it better. He's like, don't worry, guys, I can handle it.
No, you can't. As he beats the shit out of himself.
See
Please
this?
allow me.
I'm doing it for you.
Stop it.
Each wound on my back lifts your sins away from your shoulders.
Leper's story is also fantastic.
Oh my God,
Lord.
Baldwin. Oh,
Leper, yeah.
Yeah.
easily the best.
The fifth, yeah. Leper's good.
Yeah. What was he? Was he a king or a prince?
Literally,
I
I believe. I don't believe it's confirmed if he was a. I think it's meant to be a play on actual Baldwin the King.
I think my one
Baldwin the
qualm
King.
with Leper's
From, like,
design is
From the story of Jerusalem.
yeah.
I don't remember that one. I need to go back and read that.
No, there's a movie of it. It's not as good, but it's pretty fun to watch.
I'm
It's
sure
not-
the movie is also based on real life somehow.
I wouldn't say that. Apparently, there's a lot of incongruities, and you know,
Okay. I'll read the original source.
Baldwin the
It's
Fourth
a
of
fun one.
Jerusalem, also known as the Leper King, was the king of Jerusalem from 1174 until his death in 1185.
I have found the Wikipedia article.
I didn't know the leper was based on him, but if they really wanted to, I wish they.
fake fan. His name
wish- I
every
wish-
time you get him
I-
is literally Baldwin.
I didn't know. Okay, I haven't played. What do you want from me?
Obviously.
What do you want from me? I'm poor and I don't have a computer. What?
I
Can't believe I'm being
hurl you
shamed
at
for
a
being
wall.
poor. Jesus.
Oh, he even had a brother-in-law and all this jazz. Look at
The
that.
mask. I do wish the mask though of the leper was like at least the mouth part. I find it weird that you could see a bit of the underjaw. I wish it was like a full mask.
It's like a little tease, isn't it? To remind you who
Yeah.
he is, what he is. It's a warning.
Yeah, fair. But I do like, I prefer if it's like you could see the body, but the full face is like fully masked up.
That's by design.
No, okay.
How else can you know if a man's lying to you if you can't see his eyes and see his mouth?
Wait, let me check the leopard's. Does it have like some sort of slit for eyes?
You can still
It's
see
not
his
like
eyes.
I don't think
Okay,
you
one
can see his eyes, can you? They got lines.
They
Where his eyes
have
are.
he has lids over his eyes so that way he can protect them from the sunlight. But you can still see his eyes.
Oh, I see.
You can't technically you can't see any character's eyes
They're all
in Darkest
black.
Dungeon. But by design of the mask, you can see his eyes. The slits are just there to protect his eyes from the sunlight. Because his skin is falling off. His eyelids are like fucking nothing.
Can't risk sunburn.
Literally melt to death. What lore could I associate? Oh, he died. What lore could I associate with this?
With what?
With smut to increase its value.
Any law? Well, you've got it's supply and demand at the end of the day. So you want either a celebrity to endorse it, some sort of noble.
Oh no.
somebody high up.
I mean like a skill lore, like something you would recall knowledge with.
Oh, like smut law.
Well, I didn't want to do smut
Academia
lore,
lore?
but academia works.
Academia, scribing law.
Ooh,
These are both
scribing.
laws that you can get from backgrounds.
We'll do academia, and it'll increase.
Smut law.
Academia lore
Nice.
increases the value to. So that's what I've been doing. I've been doing for a lot of these items that if you have the relevant skill or a lore that's like adjacent to the item, I increase the value of what you get from it.
Now, do you want to specify academia law, or do you want to keep it vague, like who has an appropriate law? Because there's several laws that sort of overlap.
My hope is that a player goes, well, I have this thing. Does this count? And then I look at their lore and I go, yes, that also counts.
Yeah, that works.
What else I did it with? I think I did it with
Esoteric smut lore. Nice.
I did playing cards. If you have like gambling lore, you increase the value to 2.
Real. Yeah, that's good. I like that. So if you have like alcohol lore.
Yeah, if you have alcohol lore, you increase the value of the whiskey barrel to 2.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Because this thing's most of these are gonna be eating like your exploration activities. I like for random intervals, like 30 minutes for the book type deal, which means if you're reading it while you're walking and then combat happens, you were reading the book. You don't get to defend, you don't get to seek or anything like that. So you're starting a little on your back heel.
Could you not use your lore skill for initiative?
Yeah, absolutely.
That seems like a fun way of playing it.
I would allow that, absolutely. If you were like drinking the whiskey bottle while you're walking.
Roll alcohol lore for initiative.
Yeah.
That's a terrible sentence. I love it.
Welcome back, Legion.
Stares at the bee.
Got called.
Allow.
You got what?
I got called for a bit. Now I'm back.
You got cold?
Called.
Phone call.
Oh, phone call.
Oh,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, I'm hard of hearing.
But big of heart and ass.
Yo.
I know I'm telling your girlfriend. Why you oogling my ass for, huh?
Streams.
I'm not oogling. I'm imagining it.
That's somehow worse.
Rent-free.
That's somehow
Rent-free
worse.
DM.
I can see it. The mountains over the horizon.
Mountains.
Christ.
Jesus. The shelf that
Y'all
ruins the
need Jesus.
world. What else would I apply to? Are there any other tags I should apply to like a book? I have visual.
To a book. Let me ponder.
Oh, question. Okay, so what if someone doesn't have stress, right?
Okay.
But a companion has stress, but they're blind. Can you read the book towards them?
Sure.
And can they benefit? Oh,
You're gonna read a
okay.
smut novel to your friend?
Yeah.
That's some
what of
true
it?
homies right there. That's some real homies.
You give them.
Yeah, you got to be close to do that.
Yeah, you gotta be really close, even physically.
So,
like
there is a grimoire trait, but I believe grimoires are specific to spell books that contain the recipes for magic.
would you say
No,
that this
obviously.
is a spell book?
Well, it's definitely making some magic happen, but I don't think it's of the arcane variety, shall we say.
What if it is?
Maybe primal, but definitely not arcane.
What if it is though?
What if it is? What if at the back of the book you leave a little spell that they have to memorize in 5 minutes before the book burns?
Oh, that's fun. A quick time event.
Yeah.
I punch it to the direction of the next chapter.
Oh, nice.
Actually, what if, boss? Like, if they're getting like the chapter pieces, if they get the chapter by chapter one, at the end they get like a, I guess, 2-round initiative wherein they need to do, is it what's better, an Arcana? I guess an Arcana check. They need to have a successful Arcana check to determine where the next location is. It won't tell you where. It just says, is it in the east or is it west or is it south? It'll just ping you
So,
toward the
We
direction.
do have rules for that.
Oh,
There's an action called decipher writing, which can be used.
Oh.
There's also a very, very cool spell that I want to encourage before Sizzle arrives. If you ever want to make like a really, really cool magic item, you can do what I did the other day. There's a spell called Secret Page. Very, very cool spell. And essentially, it makes one amount of text look like a different amount of text. So what I did was I made a spell book, and then I gave it the wrong spells in it. And then if they deciphered writing or dispelled the book, they would see the actual spells that were inside, including Secret Page.
Boss man.
Very
I just
immersive.
had one of the most stupid ideas.
Okay.
Okay, so from what Lore said, what if one of the smut books is like a cipher key that you need to use to unlock like a location? It's like, okay,
Well, I would obviously make that with the story in mind.
That's a unique item right there.
Correct.
yeah,
That would be like
Sorry.
a suspicious copy of the Dragon's Lance or something like that.
that's like the final copy.
Special edition.
Actually, wait, what if that's like the final chapter, final volume, right? That's the one thing you see at the end. That's the cipher to locate where they are, to meet the offer, to meet the gentle ruffian.
The Gentle Ruffian. What a pen name.
Yeah, they move all around. But once you get the final chapter, the final copy, they will know. And they will be expecting your arrival soon.
They'll know it's crazy.
The chat is
Yeah, because-
doubling down on these themes.
It's ensorcelled.
They're lost in the source. What were we talking about? Stress?
Does alcohol relieve stress? Do you
Yeah.
have
We have
alcoholic
literally
beverage?
whiskey flask, whiskey bottles, and whiskey barrels.
Just whiskey.
Correct.
Yeah, is it just whiskey?
I mean,
That's
The
like
only
that's what-
good drink.
Amen, brother.
How about beer? What if that removes one stress?
Fucking beer.
No.
Beer.
Get
Yeah,
that
go
out of
drink
here.
your water, pansy.
Oh,
What's
good heavens.
the old adage? It's like vodka's for people going through stuff. Whiskey's for people who've been through stuff.
Perfect.
And beers for people who's getting ready to go through stuff.
Beer's just a drink.
They were drinking that when they didn't have no drinkable water.
Yeah. We fermented that stuff just so we could drink it.
Out here. Get rid of stress. Beer gives me stress.
Jesus.
I'll take my whiskey. Neat.
Okay, so we got food, we got alcohol, we got smut. Are there like toys? Are there like some sort
All
of
right.
like
Yeah,
Game
motherfucker.
I need you to take a step back and think of the big picture here for a minute, Legion.
toys?
There's other
What-
things that release stress, like puzzles.
Yeah, board games or just, what? Why was I being toys? What's wrong with toys?
All right.
You dumb
All right.
bitch. You dumb bitch. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we have dartboards and playing cards. Toys, he says.
Gumbo.
Toys.
Yes, miniature figures. You paint a little mini, Warhammer mini.
Yeah.
Get a Warhammer
You
mini
immediately
and go.
fuck it up and gain 10 stress because you
Yeah.
you dabbed your fucking
You mixed up your metallics with your.
you went to paint the Necron's eye and instead painted the whole side of their face and now you gain 10 stress.
No.
Spend 8 hours, make a DC 1 flat check.
Another. I heard. Just thought of another stupid thing. So, you know markers, right? The whiteboard markers, permanent markers.
Yeah.
What if there's like an item where you just sniff it?
No, Jesus Christ, Legion.
GM, can we add heroin to the game?
No, that's why I said marker.
I thought we
I
were
think I hit
escalating.
a good whiteboard
Were we not
marker,
escalating?
freshly uncapped.
Freshly uncapped.
Yeah, so you go to sniff the marker, and out of nowhere, a random vagrant runs past you and fucking slams the palm of their hand as hard as they can underneath the pen or the marker, shoving it
Your nose.
deep into your brain. He died. He
And
ran
he's
off.
gone. Yeah. Oh, in his back.
This fucking guy. This fucking guy. This fucking guy.
He disarmed the situation artistically, though.
I am just giving you suggestions, boss. Why
Suggest
am I
this.
Why am I
We
being
kind of-
lambasted?
We do have drugs covered in Pathfinder.
So here's the
Obviously, if you
thing.
wanted to.
I don't like drugs.
Yeah.
As such, like even laudanum isn't what it usually is. Like laudanum in my setting is a completely different alchemical mixture with the same result. No drugs.
Okay.
I'm fine with alcohol. Whiskey, all that stuff's fine. It's just like, bless her heart, like Summer, for example, loves, for some reason, introducing meth into settings.
Hell yeah, brother.
I am not a fan of that.
Yeah. Definitely not for everybody.
There's a very, very big reason why Marius does not like Hellebore.
Hmm.
And it has to do with his drugs.
Gotcha.
I just
Boss
don't know
man.
if that's where you were thinking for the Vestal Darkest Dungeon me, if I can link it. Oh, send it. Yeah. Put it in like Meme Media or something like that.
Discord. Yeah.
Boss man.
Yeah.
This is gonna be real stupid. Another real stupid question from me. Would you consider the smut books as a form of drug if someone's like very addicted to it?
What?
No.
No.
Yeah, because
Does it not
There's no
all
chemicals in
you
the
can't
book.
OD on a book.
They haven't tried hard enough.
All right. This is a very real topic.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. Again, apologies.
I don't know if
It
drugs
just-
are uncommon in the game, but you could certainly just adjust that yourself and say anything with the drug tag is uncommon.
Mm.
The only downside that I could foresee is that you are technically nerfing the alchemist who could theoretically make those.
Hmm. Well,
Interesting.
Theoretically.
To be fair,
It's
isn't
like-
the alcohol? Oh, sorry. Continue.
I was just going to say to the degree that, certain coffees in Pathfinders are considered drugs, along with blood sap and, there's a couple of things in here that you could theoretically... I mean, it's a small list. Most of them are uncommon or rare. You could probably get away with just not having drugs.
I'll probably go through particular ones that are like,
Alcohol.
yeah, like I was thinking like what's the blood sap made out of? Does it have an
Let's
addictive
see.
property?
Distilled from a tropical vine into a deep red syrup that stains the lips and teeth a vivid shade of red.
Oh.
When do you guys, what's the fortitude save for?
To withstand the effects.
Oh, what if you are purposefully doing it?
Then it depends on your fortitude.
Why
If
the fuck
you're
would you
like
make this
a
anyway?
level, if you're a level 5 character, I mean, technically speaking, rule 0, first page of the book, you can choose to fail if you choose to. It's just table to table. But technically speaking, you could get so strong that blood sap just doesn't affect you anymore.
What's the purpose of blood?
Drugging people. It gives you a bonus to your unarmed attacks, acrobatics, and athletics checks for 10 minutes. A level 1 character could use that to be particularly good at a certain combat if they're a monk or an unarmed fighter.
Do you get like an addiction?
It
Keep up
doesn't
to it?
have the addictive trait. I believe there is an addictive trait. I don't know if it's intrinsic to the drug trait, though. Some traits link to each other in that kind of way. I know Zerk's addictive. but that doesn't have the trait either. So I wonder if it's under drug. I'll double check that.
Also takes 10 minutes before you feel it.
Hey,
Yeah, if they
boss.
have an onset period.
What?
You watched the full season of campaign 2, right? Critical Role.
Yeah.
You remember the dust of deliciousness that Jester used for the hag?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say it's the same feature, right? But what if it's like a dust that this is for removing stress, by the way. So a small dust that you can just dust over like any food or ration, and it immediately removes one stress. Like if you eat a ration for like a short rest, something minor, like it doesn't have to be like a complete big magic item, or you need to make all the food or the whole food. You just sprinkle it once and it's good for like the whole day. You can't like take it like you eat it in one short rest and then you eat it again in another short rest.
So my thing with how I want the stress items to work is that there's a difference between the categories. There's encounter stress items and rest stress items. If it's a rest stress item, it's something that you're replacing your exploration activity with, and you're doing it while you're exploring or adventuring or what have you. If it's an encounter one, it means that you can use it in the middle of combat, in the throes of combat, basically. So dusting your rations with like a seasoning, maybe, but I don't really see like you put a lot of emphasis on eating food, but eating food isn't nearly as prevalent as it is in 5th edition. Like they just sort of auto assume that you eat your ration at the end of the day.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good point. Good point. Yeah, I remember when we first heard that our ration is like good for a week instead of like just that threw me off a bit.
Yeah, like food in Pathfinder is very different from how it is in 5th edition. So if I was gonna make something like that, it probably wouldn't. I'd probably want to tie it in more to like the camp supply stuff versus like an item, like that you yourself use. More so something like your party cook, like Logan, uses this item while making dinner for everybody, and then everybody loses one stress.
Yeah.
The other thing though is if we're doing camp
game.
supplies again, if you spend a camp supply and you're resting, you lose all your stress anyway.
Oh, okay. Fair point.
I know you want to make like food work, but I don't think food's gonna work.
Yeah, because it's like, man, I remember when back when we were still in 5th edition, right? We were all discussing dungeon meshy stuff, foods related stuff. We can cook monsters, all that. And now it's like, I guess we can't do most of those stuff no more.
Well, we haven't even made rules for like carving up monsters or anything yet. That's still something I want to do. So who knows what we can do once we start making a separate system. I don't have anything right now because I don't have a system, like another like subsystem attached to it, basically.
Yeah, my mind just went, 5th edition. You were fine with it because Brett was working on the carving system from the Paw Patrol game.
Correct.
Right? And okay, I remember now.
So what we just need to do is we just need to make our own cooking system, basically, what you get from carving monsters and shit. And then we could probably make another cure more or less for stress.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, because I'd love for somebody to have like a Marcel type character who like watches the party butcher a basilisk and goes, "I'm not ever going to fucking eat that." And then they take a bite and they go, "My God, it's delicious."
Yeah, smash that. Okay. Who between the current party, the current Chaos and Calendar party, excluding you, which of them would be most excited to eat monster flesh or most against eating monster flesh? Like Like bestial monster, not like humanoid monster. Let's get that out of the way.
I can see Arendelle being a Marcel type. And I can see
Mm.
Stenvalder being a oh god, what's his name?
Asenshi?
Not Senshi, the other one.
Laios?
Laios, yeah.
Oh, really?
I can see
Oh,
Stenvalder
okay.
being like, what's it taste like?
I mean, he had to eat whatever he could to survive in the north, right?
Correct.
Oh, I just forgot. I'm not sure if this is Mr. Sirik has talked to you about this, or if they'd want to say, but has Stenvalder eaten dragon yet? Have they consumed dragon flesh?
I can tell you right now he hasn't.
Oh,
Not even fairy dragon.
No, not even
Just
fairy
like
dragon.
skewer that bitch.
One whole fairy dragon kebab.
oh, that'll be so funny.
So
And they find a dead dragon. They're like, oh fuck, I want to taste that.
Let me at it. What's up?
I've looked up the rules on addiction, and they are very, very, shall we say, immersive.
Oh,
So yeah, it's actually quite sad reading through it. It's pure mechanics, and boy, does it sound like real life.
let's hear it.
They went hard on this. I'll read it verbatim. I think I have to. So the DC on the saving throw for each of the drugs is the DC against addiction. I was incorrect. Track the maximum stage you reach with each drug's addiction. This maximum stage is separate from your current addiction stage for the drug. That's important, because if you are addicted to a drug and you take it, you might change stages. We'll go over that in a sec. The maximum stage can't be reduced, even if you fully remove the disease. When you take the drug, two things happen. You attempt a saving throw against addiction, and you suppress the effects of addiction for 1 day. So you take the drug, and you get high, is what that means. Failing a save against addiction caused by taking the drug causes you to go 1 stage higher than the maximum stage that you had previously reached, so relapse. So if you used to get to like stage 2, you cured it, you take it again and get addicted again, you go straight to 3. If you're currently suffering from addiction, when you attempt to save, you cannot improve your stage. So in other words, nothing's like the first high. If you succeed at the save, the stage remains the same. When you attempt the save, it's not over. When you attempt the save against addiction each week, this is going to be important because addiction has its own stages. Like the drug does one thing and then addiction does another. And I didn't know this, but I'm reading it now. The stage you're currently at can't get worse. So when you attempt to save against addiction every week, your stage can't get worse. It can only stay the same or improve, which is good. But if you keep taking the drug, it can go down, basically. The conditions from addiction can't be removed while you're affected by the addiction. And suppressing addiction by taking the drug only avoids the effects but does not remove the disease. The saving throw is obviously on each of the stat blocks. The onset is 1 day before you notice you're addicted. Stage 1 is fatigued for a week. No exploration activities for you.
Damn.
Stage 2 is fatigued and sickened 1. So that's a -1 to everything. Saves, DCs, AC, everything. Stage 3 is fatigued, drained 1. So it's hitting your hit points now. And sickened 1 for a week. Stage 4 is fatigued, drained 2, sickened 2, and stupefied 2 for 1 week.
God damn.
So you have a -2 to all of your stats, and it's harder to cast spells. Yeah, don't deal in addiction. It's a very, very sad thing.
Just out of morbid curiosity, does it kill you?
It never kills you,
Okay.
but certain drugs can. I think Zerk is an example of that. if I go find Zerg, Zerg can't kill you. Some of these drugs, possibly the uncommon ones, do end badly if you have too much. Yeah. So, that's it. Yeah. I think grit knocks you out at its worst stage. Yeah. I think Flay Leaf can't kill anybody. No, it just makes you stupid and frightened, which is a terrifying bit of RP there. You know? Yeah. These are Demon Dust. Let's see. Oh, Jesus. Stage 6, Demon Dust. Stupefied 2 and all memories made in the previous 24 hours become hazy and vague. These are no joke. Don't do drugs, kids. Even in Pathfinder. But yeah, your local alchemist can make these for you, no problem.
Arrest that guy.
Arrest that guy. Yeah, it's everything with the drug trait makes you roll for addiction. Now, on the bright side, not sure if this is a bright side. I want to actually take that back. When you get to a certain level, you can just take them as much as you want because your fortitude is going to be so high that you can't physically fail the check. That said, I'm not encouraging level 20 PCs out here to do that kind of behavior.
Mm-hmm.
There is an alchemical that can help with addiction. I do believe Nerdlord is correct. I believe there's like a suppressant that you can make. I don't think it cures it though.
Yeah, I imagine just prolongs needing to make rolls and stuff like that.
I believe so. I'll see if I can find it. Addiction suppressant. Yeah, it's got major, moderate, greater, and lesser.
Alright, I'm gonna get some water. Go take a piss. When I come back, I guess we'll figure out what the fuck we're gonna do now that we're all done with stress.
And so begins the vintage story stream.
Oh, the castle needs building. Oh wait, it's already built. Those guys did a great job on that castle, by the way. If anybody's listening who worked on the castle, obviously Crown did a bunch as well. It's looking gorgeous. Hello, Nerdlord. Imagine making vintage story in Pathfinder. I mean, speak to your GM. I'm sure they'll be happy to facilitate you. Have you touched wilds at all? Yes, I'm in high rank. No spoilers, but I'm wearing a pretty nice set of armor right now. High five. I've only been using sword and shield. Nerdlord, you're missing out. The hammer is right there. Treat yourself. That is true. I am also a shield and sword user. Oh, hello Anubis. I've been taking a look at the GURPS RPG system. Any thoughts? haven't actually done GURPS yet, I don't think. At least not knowingly. I've done Powered by the Apocalypse a lot, D20 systems for sure. I am expanding my repertoire though. Are there any feats for halberd users to shorten their grip and stuff? When you say shorten their grip, what are you referring to? What do you want as an outcome of doing that? The guy with the deep voice. Barnabas. Oh. Have you thought about doing voice work even? I think you're good at it. Oh, thank you so much. Maybe one day. I would love to do something like that. I'm a GM, so I like to tell. Yeah, the guy with the deep voice.
The guy with the deep voice has a name, and his name is Lore, and he's a capybara, okay?
That's me. I'm Lore.
And he's a capybara.
I'm a cappy blappy.
Yes, and I'm a bee.
I need to give Boss Man my old skin that you made me. I want to wear the towel.
And then Crown's a bear.
Let me do that, actually. I'm going to go find that file. My girlfriend honestly said Lore sounded like a character in a dating sim.
Oh, good heavens.
A dating sim. What do you think, Legion? Could I do it? Could I pull it off?
Yes, definitely,
Should I work
bro.
in smut?
Oh, good heaven. I'd say there's a market for it, yeah. You could. I just don't know where the market is or how to access that part of, like, the job force.
If somebody asked me to voice a character in a dating sim, I'd be like, hell yeah. If Crown ever did trailers for PF2E campaigns he runs, you could be a voiceover like movies. I'd be happy to do VC work if Bossman wanted me to. I know he talks a lot about the fact that he can't pay his mods. And that, he'd want to pay people. Honestly, I'd do it for free. I love the game too much. But,
I mean, yeah, I also... Oh.
No, sorry, go ahead.
I'm also surprised that you're supposed to pay your mods. Like, what job are we doing?
A lot of people pay mods.
Oh.
I mean, when you consider how many hours it was puts into this. They a trooper.
I mean, to be fair, right? You do it for the love of the game. I mean, I made most of the things that... Yeah, I made most of the things for Crown, like the overlay, all for the love of the game, boys.
All for the love of the game. Yeah, supporting the stream.
On stream. Yeah.
Yeah, supporting the stream through anyway is like what I'm all about.
Yes, sir.
What's this? In a world of Adus. There you go, Nedlord. Honestly, immortalizing myself as a character in canon would be huge. Like having some British saint somewhere. The only problem is you'd have to learn script writing and, the differences between screenplay writing and prose and know what you're doing there. It's a lot of work.
I was about to say British saint in 80s? The only Brit in 80s?
Why do you sound surprised?
Is England in 80s? Great Britain?
The only reason there's no British people is can't do their fucking accent.
Sure you can. Do it. Do it now.
Yeah, try it now.
Give me your best orc.
Orc?
Yeah, 40k.
Oh, 40k. Isn't that Cockney? I thought like fucking British people hated that.
I mean, it's, it's an accent.
Yeah, you hit them with the oi governor.
Oi gov.
Yeah, I joke and I say like bottle of water and stuff like that because it's a meme.
A bottle of water.
Correct. See, nobody says it that way. It's a meme.
I say it like that. A bottle of water.
Proven wrong.
You're doing it intentionally. I know you are.
I'm not. It's a bottle of water. I'm a yellow belly, so I'm from the East Midlands, and in the East Midlands, we pronounce it bottle of water.
You still, I hear the R. What I'm saying is bottle of water.
Bottle of water.
Oh,
My
That's
lips
Essex.
never touch when I'm saying
Bottle
it.
of water. Yeah, that's Essex.
That's the only reason I can't, I haven't, like, I can do like 2 voices, guys. I don't know if you know this.
I got 2 in me.
I got 2. I got, howdy y'all, Southerner man right here. This is me. And then I have my fucking, what's it? Fucking,
the woman voice.
no, that's not even a voice. I have my wish brain,
Just me.
garage.
Wish brand garage.
So
Know your place.
Oh. That one.
we will never be slaves.
Correct. My wish brand garage. I have 2 voices.
We have garage at home.
The other one
you have
is,
the
it's
double.
literally just like adjusting pitch. That's it.
Well, no, you've got the dad voice too, right?
Oh, I
What?
mean, I guess Gerald is also right.
So
I suppose if there's nothing else to talk about, we can talk about this.
That one.
how about the gobbo voice, the one for Frol? The gabata.
That's not even really a voice. Give me
The
a
you
call.
impression's pretty good. Yeah, that one.
It's slowly itching towards the sounds, the Angry Birds. Right?
Oh,
2 gold.
How about 3?
All
could not
all
play.
of my fucking female characters, they sound exactly the same.
yeah. I mean,
aloofness.
this is the downside of, having a deeper voice. I have the same problem. Whenever I'm voicing a lady, I either use voice mods or I use, tone. I typically try to get the accent right, and I don't raise the pitch necessarily too much. But or I'll just use my natural. I use the Brennan Lee Mulligan approach, where if I'm speaking as a woman, I just speak as me.
There is a solution to this. There is an answer.
What's that?
Quick, easy fix. Take estrogen. Change your
I
voice.
knew he was going to say that.
How did I know? Yeah, just transition.
Yeah.
Hey, you don't have to
Seek
transition. You just
medical
gotta take
intervention.
estrogen. You just take estrogen,
Just
then you take
estrogen. That's a
You know what?
big thing.
So fucked up. You just have like testosterone and then estrogen lined up. And when you're about to do a female voice, you just inject yourself with estrogen.
Jesus. It's not
Feel yourself
helium.
pain. So stupid.
Thank you, Nerd Lord. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that.
I'm sure Vidal is correct as well. I think you had a sub while you were gone or something.
Did I?
I think so. Where did it go? Elemin.
Element, thank you very much for, my God, 19 months. Incredibly kind of you. A bear sussy to you as well. Using estrogen like it's helium. No,
But that's true. Also, voice training.
I have tried to
I-
like throw accents on. Like the only other one that I can do is just a lighter pitch of the Gerald voice, and that's what I use for some of the females that I voice. Hello, nice to meet you.
I mean, that
It
services.
sounds like,
I think that's fine.
I'm not gonna lie. It reminded me. It made me think of a Hobbit.
I think
I
a
mean,
big thing as well.
Yeah, dog, that's like I can only do like a couple voices. What do you want from me?
Nah, I know.
I know it doesn't apply to everybody, but having a softer tone as well is it's kind of like a typecast thing, but that does also sort of convey femininity. Having a softer tone of voice when you're speaking or slowing down and, regarding people a little bit slower, taking your time can sometimes convey femininity. Whereas speaking quicker can be more masculine.
The big ones are when I have to play like very powerful like female characters, and I find that they all end up being the same. They're very
Masculine.
they're very sharp tongued.
Yeah, this is why I can never play a female. I don't. That's why I don't have female PCs. I have little guy PCs. I have little guy ideas because it's easy to throw in like a cartoony voice out there.
Hmm. I like the challenge though, is the thing. Like I know I only have like 4 voices basically, but I like the challenge. Like I loved playing Onwin. Onwin was great, even if it was just me talking.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're GMs, right? We want to get as many voices as we can.
That's why you're GMs, and that's why I'm just a little guy player.
Start GMing. Do it now.
Now.
Do it. Do it.
Oh, yes,
I
I
think-
do.
Go on.
I was gonna say I'm gonna run a GM game. It's all the NPCs you meet are just little guys, some form of like, and then and all that.
What are you going to call it? Noise guy?
Noise.
I think the only one where I'd like the Gerald voice was me stepping out of my comfort zone, and the party was very receptive to it. The other one was doing Carlisle's voice. Carlisle's voice was a good voice.
Yeah. There was that
Just
manicness.
a killer, Oliver.
Yeah, the Mania sold it as well.
Mania is so fun to RP.
Yeah, I
With
think if you
him,
trade,
when I was role playing him, I was using my hands a lot. That
The
really helped a ton.
100% agree. I do that all the time. I literally I'll turn into a gremlin in my chair.
Yeah.
And as I'm talking to them, I'll be like gesturing to the screens and I'll be like doing facial manipulation to get into the mood and stuff. You have to do it. It if it helps you get to the place where the voice is, do it. No one's just sat in their chair with a still face pumping these voices out.
yeah, it's like when you see the voice, like people in voice booths, right? They kind of do acting already as well.
Exactly. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah, I forgot if it was like with Robin Williams when they were doing the performances for the different voices of Genie. Like that's how they like the character came out because they were acting it out instead of just like voicing it.
Hoxie, thank you very much for 11 months, almost a year. Goddamn.
Oh.
I appreciate it, Hoxie. There was a particular moment when I was role playing Carlisle where he's in the cell and I talk about him sort of splaying his hands out, like sort of presenting supinated palms with like these manacles on that like were interlocked around his fingers because he's a spellcaster. So it kept him from being able to do the somatic components for his spells. And I remember him gesturing at Oliver, sort of like the hands out. And then as he's talking, he sort of like pulls them back and he's like, I'm bored now. And like, I remember doing that motion in real life. And I had this like weird, like out of body experience where like I could perfectly picture the character in the prison cell doing that motion.
You were him.
It was
Or
crazy.
you were like
You were deep in the sauce.
either you were him or you're like literally in the scene. You're like a ghost like over his shoulder. And
It
you're like,
takes you a
oh,
little while. Like when you're that deep in the juice, it can take a little while to become the GM again. You know what I mean? When
Thankfully,
you're
they
role-playing so
role-played.
hard.
They role played afterwards, so I got to sit back and just sort of
You had a little
listen.
moment to readjust.
can you imagine if the bossman had to immediately do the like doing the what do you call this narration,
I've had to.
and he's still I mean doing the narration, but he's still stuck in Carlisle. He's like, oh wait.
Yeah,
He just has
you get like two
like,
sentences in and you're like,
still
wait
in
a
Carlisle,
minute.
still in Carlisle. Gotta remove myself.
Not as Carlisle, but that did happen to me several times in the SOE game where I would be a character and we would be role playing for a while and I would basically be stuck as that character. There was a fucking while where I was stuck as Gerald. where that right voice, I kept defaulting to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'd
It's
be
a GM's
talking and my
curse.
voice just starts slipping into me talking like him, and I'd have to stop.
When you're
pull
thinking
back.
about stuff or looking for rules or something, you'd be like, right.
Indeed.
And, yeah,
It was,
it's a very real thing.
I didn't catch it until one of my friends came to me after the game and was like, "Hey, man, you're kind of saying it a lot now. Like, we get you like the character." I was like, "Nope, that's not it."
Vocal stim acquired.
I mean, players do it too. I had people like guest spot NPCs and characters. I have like people guest spot NPCs and enemies and stuff in my games all the time. And whenever they get, like, they'll talk to me before the session and, like, try to develop the character or whatever. They'll get lost in the source, which is exactly where I want them. And then we'll throw them into the game. And then they don't know when to break character anymore. And it's hilarious. Just watching them just stay in character the entire time.
Nice.
That's a good game right there.
My favorite is being a player and I force Brett to adopt whatever accent I'm using. I have contaminated so many NPCs that he's made by playing Oscar. It's hilarious. Because Oscar's a good old boy. He talks like this. And he's got a bit of a southern drawl to him, and it's very exaggerated. And I make sure to point out how exaggerated it is, because he says a lot of words. And Brett will be talking as an NPC, and then suddenly that NPC goes from having one voice to having a goddamn southern accent. And it's hilarious.
God, I love this hobby.
It's great.
It's a great hobby. I'll be stuck in my Scottish accent. Now, one of my favorite things in the world is when an American tries to do either an Irish or a Scottish or an English accent, and they still keep the same stresses in the same parts of the words that they do when they speak in American accents.
Mm.
Like they'll put the stress on like an E at the start of the word rather than an A at the end. And it completely breaks the immersion. That's personally, like, as long as you're putting in the effort to kind of sort of do like the little idioms and to like get the, you know, like when you're speaking in Irish, you want to raise the pitch at the end of each sentence. Everything's a question, you know? As long as you're putting in the effort with like the overarching things, you know, I think that's
top of the
where...
morning to you.
Top of the morning to you, laddie. You know, all of that sort of stuff. As long as you're putting in the effort to really like put up the tone and really emphasize the little details and make everybody feel that, you know, I'm doing Irish. Even though you're not actually speaking in an Irish brood, you know, you haven't got you've got the tone down, but you haven't got the phrasing down, you know. But if you actually did do the Irish accent, half the people at the table might not understand what you're saying anyway.
True.
Very true and very real. So honestly, the half accent's probably better than the full accent. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
I've got
kind of
Russian players, and like one of the biggest things for me is like when I'm playing with the Russians, I can't do like a Scottish accent because they're not going to understand me when I start speaking in a Scottish accent. They just don't understand. Or I'll switch to Scouse or Brummie or something like that, and they can't keep on. They don't know what's going on anymore.
A lot of huh? What?
So I just have to do
Said
yellow
word.
belly or
He
receive
said word.
pronunciation, you know, and that's my only choices.
That's so funny.
Yeah. But that's enough for them because, you know, they either understand it or they don't. So all they need is the little differences.
Keep up.
Keep up. I'm trying to up my game here.
try to improve. And you're
Gotta
either
make a
going to
name for
improve
myself
with
out
me
here.
or you're going to leave behind.
I will abandon you.
I will leave you there.
I
as
will reach the top
transcend.
whether with or without you.
Isn't that the same case for people when they try to speak proper English? When you say proper English, do you mean received pronunciation?
Oh, good heavens.
The Queen's English.
The proper English is the Queen's English.
Me,
Gotcha, Mr. Lord.
POV, when I see the 6'3" former British man running at me with an axe in hands. My goodness, it's George.
Oh God, what's the comic's name?
I think it's like
Oh,
Shane
good
Gillis or
heavens.
something.
That's the one. Yeah.
That's why
It's
I
like,
say
"Oh,
good
it's
heavens so
George."
much. Because of him.
Yeah, that clip is hilarious. You're gonna take my taxes? Arr, arr.
Lead teeth fucking scraping them.
Yeah. Not the
I
funniest
got-
comic out there, but he's got some sweet bits.
I think I got the Good Heavens vocal stem from Crown, though I'm not sure.
Good heavens.
I'm like,
Oh, good heavens.
Oh
Yeah,
my.
that one.
Yeah, I got that from the comedian, so you definitely like got that from me. Because I say
very
that
good.
every opportunity I get. Oh, good heavens.
Yeah, that's why I keep
Oh,
typing
God,
it out
it's
as well now.
George.
I hate this. I hate this infection that spreads.
Okay, I hate watching Whoops videos because that
Same
motherfucker,
thing.
I leave with a new vocal stem after every episode. I say wittily now because of that motherfucker, that fucking
Wittily.
fox. Wittily. It's wittily, whatever.
I mean, here's the thing, Hale. The King's English. I'm going to be real with you, Doug. If you travel 15 minutes in any direction in the UK, you're going to find a new accent. We're such a melting pot of culture and history that there's no way you can go in any direction and not spot someone new. Like, for instance, have you ever heard of scrumps?
I beg your pardon?
Scrumps. So, you know when you go to a chippy or a chip shop?
Yeah, I look around.
You have those?
Hell yeah, I do.
Yeah, you have those? Yeah. So at a chippy, there is a specific idiom for the name of the batter at the bottom of the chip deep fat fryer. And that's scrumps. But some parts of the UK call it scraps. It depends on where you are. And those two differences are 15 minutes away. Tin, tin, tin. Have you ever heard that phrase before? The Jimmy Carr joke? Tin, tin, tin is Yorkshire for it isn't in the tin. Tin, tin, tin.
See, this is how we understand how Lore was susceptible to Skibidi Toilet.
Dude, one of my
He's-
English teachers was from Yorkshire. It was game over from the start.
He was open from the very start, from ingesting new words, vocal stem. So he's like, ah, yeah, Skibidi Toilet is right up my alley.
Yeah. I'm kind of jealous of the States, though, because, like, in the States, you actually have one accent that goes for, like, not necessarily in, like, the biggest cities, but you could have, like, one accent that permeates a larger landscape.
Oh yeah, like you
Whereas
go to one
here,
state
like-
and it's relatively the same.
Yeah, it's consistent. Whereas in this country, you're going to be working with people from all parts of the country because everywhere's 5 minutes away. So everyone's working with each other and we've all got different accents.
I guess it kind of depends because like Wisconsin and shit like that has like a sort of varied degree where some of it's legible, and then like you go a little further north towards the border and it starts to become a little more illegible.
I mean, if you want to talk thick accents, we got those too.
And I guess it's sort of the same way if you head south. Like if you sort of like meander around cities, you're gonna get pretty like, oh, howdy, sort of atypical drawls, and then you get into like the backwoods
Where people start sounding more and more like banjos.
and you meet the dude who's kit bashing English and French together to make some bastardized
Creole.
language. Ooh, they are. Ooh, no, that a chicken they are. And you're like, what the fuck did you just say?
Gesundheit.
And he's hitting you with like 1,000 words per minute in a language that is barely comprehensible.
Creole. Is that what it's called? Creole.
Creole.
Creole? I don't know.
Oh yeah, boss man. So the stress is done, right? Stress system's all done.
Yeah, what is next?
What?
It's real dumb, but maybe more smut books, more titles.
I don't
All
want
right.
to make more smart books
Alright.
right now.
One per
Why not?
stream.
Why not?
Hey,
You just go to chat. Or you're like, hey guys, can you guys come up with witty
Yeah.
smut book titles?
chat, if you have any smut suggestions, leave them in the Discord under Alice suggestions.
Of
You
course.
go-
I pop
go-
in because we're
X,
talking about accents, and then Legion's like, "Hey guys,
Immediately
Pornography.
pivots. Yeah.
no, it's not. Okay,
There is a
okay. To be
Discord.
fair, there is a difference as well. To be fair,
Thank
right?
you, Zibus.
Pornography. Do the smut books have pictures on it, or is it just words?
Pictures, he says. Does it matter?
Sure. Like it's a fucking pop-up book. But
Yeah,
flip to chapter 6, a pop-up of the position they're in appears.
oh good heavens!"
You just see the shadow over their face as they flip the page.
Yeah, is it just words, or are there illustrations?
Holy shit.
like
The
this one?
author describing the male lead as the fucking pop-up appears, and you're like, oh my. It's how
Damn.
long?
Yeah, it's just got like illusion magic in every page.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
that's
No, you-
worth 60 gold.
Absolutely. 100 if it's playing
Moving
basically
images.
a movie for me.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, well, DM, is it just words, or are there illustrations? Are
It's
there like
just
moving
words,
pictures?
you goddamn freak.
They need to put it on a printing press.
No, they don't. From what we're talking about, it seems like each book is hand tailor made by the author.
That's true, actually. If you don't want to use a printing press, I mean, it depends on how serialized the books are. Right? We're deep in the weeds at
So
this
here's
point.
the thing. Here's the thing. The books, my only complaint is that I have to, well, not even really a complaint. My only gripe so far is that I have to adjust to the level system that Pathfinder uses instead of a rarity system that D&D uses. I'm used to a rarity system.
Yeah.
The books in 5th edition are rare items. They are
Oh,
rare books. They're not common.
Interesting.
they're not uncommon. Dang.
So
No.
you can't get a smut book until you hit like levels 10.
All right,
Is that right?
DM, what level is the Dragon's Lance?
Well, for this, I'm going based off of like availability. So like they're level 5 books. Well, rather the
That's pretty
chapters.
early.
The chapters are level 5.
The volume.
I might make the actual books like level 7 or something like that.
Now imagining just make multiple volumes of a series, and the volumes are different levels.
That
So
makes sense.
volume
Like
1
the
is level
minor
1 because
greater.
it's super common, and then like by the time you get to volume 4, it's
The
like a level
rarity.
5 book.
You
The
got, like,
rarity of
minor,
the
lesser,
chapter.
moderate, going all the way up.
You're saying, Legion?
Oh, I said the rarity of the book. It's like, yes, if it's the most recent books, it's like there's only like 5 copies because the writer has only started writing it.
He's just started writing it and you've got a copy.
Would you steal his fucking...
You're in his
The
house.
script.
The first draft edition is like a level 10 book.
Proofreading. Yeah.
He was
That could be a
editor?
game
What?
Editor's copy is level 8.
Let me take a look at it. Just rips it off of.
Yes, if you get the first edition, right? It's just yes, all stress removed for following rounds.
It's so
Nah,
dumb.
it adds stress because you find all of before the editor shortened a bunch of needless
Oh my
descriptions.
God. Before all the uhs and does were removed.
This is a good question from Fluffy here. What is the sort of standard of learning in Adis? Do commoners have the ability to read?
Ooh, so that's been a topic of debate for a while, because usually when you start getting into like, can a peasant read, you start getting into like a little bit of the grim dark, because medieval times, believe it or not, chat, very grim dark.
Yeah.
Where like, guess what? Only the church knew how to read
they
and
were
write.
schools.
And if you're a guy and somebody comes up to you and says, read this, and you go, what? What that? And you look at it and you go, job's done, and wander off, that's your whole life. You can't read a book. And I've sort of
Right.
bounced back and forth between if the peasantry can read books or not.
is there organized education?
I think there's baseline, right?
There is schooling in like towns. It's usually ran by like the wisdom and stuff.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
I-
I mean, there is actually a super easy answer for that that's provided in the book itself. You have the base language of common. The fact it's common is the fact that everybody can speak, read, and write it. So,
Yeah, but I guess the question is, where's the source of that education coming from? Reading is one thing, but like speaking is, everybody can speak and learn
I did-
linguistically.
I did inquire once, like again, the education system, but I just realized you don't have a school building in any of the
Yeah.
town maps you make.
Do have temples there.
Well, that doesn't really matter. There's so many buildings. Like, brother, I
that's
can
true.
assure you, if you point at a building right now and be like, I know what that building is. No, the fuck you don't.
Good. But would it be like, or would it be like education is done by like what the church, the temples? Is it again?
Probably
You said
done
the wisdom.
by the wisdom.
Yeah. So is it like is she the only one that's teaching?
Well,
Like all this kids?
Well, you got to remember, wisdom has like multiple like apprentices under her.
Yeah.
So it'd be her and her apprentices doing the teaching.
Okay. Now I'm like, okay, so do they believe the world is round, or is this like old times wherein they thought the world is flat?
Jesus.
Technically, they didn't think it was flat in old times. They used to think that there was 3 states. There was the ground, under the ground, and above the sky,
Okay, fair.
the heavens. They didn't even think it was flat. They thought it went infinitely in every direction.
Oh,
And the other thing is that if you show even any sort of modicum of potential with magic, somebody's taking your ass to Illendor and you're getting a college education.
yes, that 5-year-old. Yeah,
Yeah,
college
actually, that could
education
explain
type
it.
baby.
The Conlegium, okay, motherfucker. That's like break your back and you want to nitpick. Obviously, if you're 5 years old, they're gonna be like, yeah, let us know and we'll go teach your kid. Illendor isn't just college. It's wizarding, sorcery, all that shit. All right, like Illendor is a city.
Yes.
You're a
Nice.
5-year-old prodigy. Guess what? The teacher's gonna take you to fucking what's that, like 3rd grade or whatever, 2nd grade.
Okay. One last question before I go. Is there instances wherein, okay, you have the prodigies, right? You have like, okay, there's little Timmy who's like 7, and they're being taught by the town wisdom, right? And then they were like, oh, this little Timmy has potential, and they're like sent to Illendor. Is there like instances where it's like, hey man, what your wisdom was teaching you is all wrong. Here's the real stuff. Is there instances where it's like, this factually wrong. What they were teaching you all wrong. The stars wrong, and now we're teaching you the real stuff right now. Or is it like everybody believes that this is so?
Probably so. I mean, you got to remember there are like biases and shit too. So
I suppose,
your teacher's like, I don't give a shit about math. Like doesn't teach you about math, and then you go to Illendor, and Illendor is like, all right, well here's math 101, and you go, oh, why do I have to take this? I only need addition, and they go, no, you don't. You need more than that.
Guys, imagine if the only thing stopping anyone from being a wizard was Algebra 2.
I mean, it makes sense. You need to know mathematics for wizardry. So
Imagine the only thing keeping you from casting Fireball was sine, cosine, and tangent.
fuck.
Like, that's really what separates the 1%ers, is actually being able to apply math to real life.
I don't need math. I just wiggle my fingers in certain ways and stuff happens.
All right, sorcerer.
I just had another dumb thought. Is Eredin formally educated about stuff, or is it like teachings of the grove of his sect of druids? And is there any moments where Eredin's like, oh wait, what I've been taught by my grove has been wrong all this time.
I can
What?
answer the last part because that motherfucker has failed lore recall knowledge checks. So, to some degree,
Actually, his circle is actually based in a public school. Not a lot of people know this, but
Oh,
yeah.
not a lot of people know
fascinating.
this. Like literally anybody, even
Small.
Aridin right now.
It's actually an ancient public school that they reside in.
Public school. Some K through 12.
Correct. Middle school.
Does
A
Eridin
middle
know math?
school square building. Does he know math? That's a great question.
On the side of it, you can barely make out the faded words. Elementary school.
Yeah.
What's your int?
+1, Lamau.
that's pretty good. That's good enough.
That's good enough.
This man knows 4 languages. Like,
It's
Okay,
true.
okay.
I don't know if Wild Song counts. It seems like cheating.
Yeah, it does.
To be fair,
Wild
there
Song
is
a
a
complicated language.
well. To be fair, right, there is a difference between being able to like again
He's
speak
talking in
different
Iku.
languages, right, and then being like, oh, these
What?
equations I can answer them.
I'm not smart enough for you. Is
can
that
you
it?
answer
I can-
equations, motherfucker?
Maybe some if I
I can talk in
I'm,
4 languages,
for
but
X.
God forbid I don't know geometry for Legion.
Hey, to be fair,
Jesus.
you could learn languages by interacting with people.
Is
Right?
Pythagoras like a person in Adis? Who invented?
Pythagoras.
I think that's his name.
Pythagoras, my guy.
Pythagoras. Excuse me. It's been a while. Right? What do you want from me?
The correct answer.
There was no answer.
Jesus.
Oh, you put some respect on that name.
Well, I'm fantasizing it.
I like,
This
yeah, I like,
guy
I like
made
Pythagoras
puzzles.
more. Sounds like
Pythagoras. Thanks.
Sounds like some
Idea.
fucked
It's an
up
ancient
lizard folk.
serpent.
man.
Yeah, it's an ancient serpent that showed them a triangle and went, "Look at this."
Behold my body, folds it into a triangle.
Square
This
plus
is called
D
a right
squared.
angle.
It's canon
Why do
now.
we
The
care?
Sextilli invented geometry.
That's right. He's like, "This is gonna fuck your shit up."
Lowers
And
its
they're like-
body down. This is an acute angle.
Shows
Just
it
like
gross
fire
scenes, they
it
go,
up
"Wow,
juice.
what is this for?" And he's like, "Oh, you'll see." And then slid away.
It won't be useful to you in about 100 years. That slithers off.
Huh?
So, boss, you know the big serpent, right? That produced
Yeah.
the second.
Sodomir or Sodomor? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What if he's into math?
Yeah.
What if he developed?
What if he's into
Holy
math?
shit!
I mean, to be
Sotomayor's
fair, so
theorem.
here's the thing. That motherfucker has a lot of ziggurats. And what is a ziggurat if not just a giant triangle?
Giant triangle? True. Different
Uh,
angles to make the. Oh my god! It all makes sense.
Holy! Wow, that's crazy.
Sactili started math. And it was
Soromar
all
actually
because
just
of
has
the big snake.
OCD, so he had to make sure his pyramids were like perfectly squared off at the edges.
You watch as
That's
this
how he
massive
invented the
snake
ziggurat.
adjusts its glasses, pulls out a ruler.
Yeah. He's like,
And
"Is this
because-
balance?"
And because Aethys, as a plant, is very pro-illiteracy, they decide to kill the giant snake that knows
Illiteracy.
math. They're like, fuck math.
Yeah,
fuck
not that he's
knowledge.
a demon, not that he's an entity from the
No,
abyss.
Oh
Nope.
yeah.
It's
Tried
because
to
he
make
knows
him learn.
math. Every wizard
He
is
hates math.
sweating in their fucking sweating their ass off right now for knowing math.
They
I
hated
mean,
him,
look
so
at the
he spoke
Wizard
the truth.
Kings, right?
Shut up.
Yeah, the dudes who, yeah, you're right. They weren't chastised and killed because they ate a god of magic. No, it's because they knew 2
Yeah.
+ 2 = 4. Kill those
Hell yeah,
motherfuckers.
brother. True. The Wizard Kings knew that if they ate some of the god, they'll get some of that
The
power
Allfather
number.
looking at the dominoes at the beginning. It's like Wizard Kings learn basic arithmetic. The end domino is the end times. He went, "I have to stop this."
Holy shit! Yeah, teaching
They invent
humans math and then world-ending
They
event.
usurp the gods. He went, "This has to stop before they
I
learn
must.
bombs."
Finish this, cracks knuckles. begins arming fucking nuclear warhead.
Oh my god.
This will teach those math knowing
Uh,
fucks.
God, the All-Father seeing the first man start putting one finger and another finger together and the sparks starting to connect. I was like, oh no,
He
it
does
all
the-
starts from here.
Does the double take, looks at it, looks away, immediately looks back at the dude counting on his fingers.
Who taught you that?
Guys, hey,
Oh, this
Legion, I
really
need
cool
art
snake that I found out
of-
back.
Holy shit. It's an allegory for the Bible.
Legion, I need a
I
meme.
flipped over a rock and
Legion, I need a meme.
Matt.
I need Vordair, but he's Jimmy Neutron in like a robe. He's talking to the Allfather, and he's like,
What?
"You mean sodium chloride?"
You're asking the wrong artist. Legion isn't
I
a
know.
fan artist.
I need
dude.
Yoshi. I need
I'm
Yoshi
not
or
a meme
Gren Gren.
artist.
I
I
need
need
a,
Yoshi or Party.
yeah, you should be a meme artist. That's how you get your artist on. That's how you start drawing forever. Is you just start drawing memes. Think about it.
Think about it.
I'm not
About
good
a-
enough.
Think, Mark. Think.
Imagine using all of that knowledge you got from college to draw memes, dog. That's real culture.
Imagine the
right
money.
there.
What?
Imagine the money.
Yep. Oh, you imagine too hard it hurt his brain.
Oh my god. Holy shit, he died.
Just couldn't handle the Neutron style.
I don't know why I'm
just imagining the bee fucking exploding.
yeah! Just this explosion of honey.
Nice.
I'm so tired for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh, NOS required.
I already drank a NOS today. I can't be drinking 2 NOSes.
Is it because of your
Cup of
horrible
coffee.
sleep schedule that was destroyed by first Monster Hunter and then Vintage Story?
Could be that.
I mean, the last 2 days I've woken up at like 8.
But the third day.
Delayed, perhaps.
Hmm. Somehow it's your fault.
Somehow it's...
We'll get to
You're
the bottom
to
of this
blame!
and it'll
You're
be
to
your
blame!
fault. And
Did you eat today?
Yeah, I ate. At the moment I started stream, I ate.
holy shit. What'd you eat?
Chimkin. I got
Oh.
protein in my body.
Where's your veggies?
Haters.
That's not a veggie, you
That's
fucking
not a vegetable.
fool.
It
You
is to
fucking
me.
Fool.
It is to me.
No,
One of my 5 a day.
to your body it isn't.
I love
Mm.
spuds. I love
I've got the
tubers.
5 basic food groups.
What is a
Chicken,
tuber
beans,
Potato.
if not a vegetable's cousin?
What?
Exactly.
That doesn't make it a vegetable. That makes it a vegetable's cut. Just because it's out of the ground doesn't mean it's a vegetable.
Vegetable.
I don't think it was a sweet potato.
I don't think it was a sweet
Sweet potato.
Yeah.
Potato.
That's for sweet potato casserole.
Go make
Who's
a
the ones who say
sweet potato
taters? Who's the ones
Taters.
who
Haters.
taters?
Potatoes.
That's an American accent, right?
casserole. Yeah, somewhere.
Potatoes.
Usually
Taters.
people making fun of Americans.
Potato.
Potato.
then
As
Yeah.
the Irish would say.
You just cut it in half.
Potatoes.
You say taters.
Potato.
Potatoes precious.
Oh, the potato.
Oh, number potato.
That's how you get into an Irish accent, quick and easy. You go, oh.
Ooh, top of the morning to you.
Yeah, you go gnome on them.
Oh,
Oh. Now I hate the Irish.
I'm getting off second now.
Not a good noblin.
The moment I say that,
getting
Momo
off second
fucking
Dublin.
kicks in my door.
DM, I thought you liked the gnomes with the funny hats. I thought those were okay.
Garden gnomes.
Yeah.
Yeah, garden gnomes.
Also,
are fun.
red cat, evil gnomes.
Yeah, red
Dude, I
caps
hate
are great.
garden gnomes.
Love,
Ugh.
love red caps.
Disgusting.
You can love people.
They're meant to be disgusting. They're little evil little bastards.
They guard the garden.
There you go. The
Vile
Gnoblin.
little monsters. I can't even.
The Gnoblin.
It's not worth trying. I'm going to stop myself. I don't want that on record.
That will, the moment you show any remorse for that, it will be clipped.
Mm. So we've done. We've done stress. Do we want to make more items to reduce stress, or are you happy with the ones that you've got so far?
I'm happy with the ones I have now. My issue right now is that I'm tired.
Ah,
Do
EP.
you want to be continuously derailed again?
You could just
Whatever you were
switch
doing.
categories and do what chat wants you to do.
I don't even really want to play
obey
games right
chat.
now. I want to kind of sleep.
You want to go
Fair.
pay chat? I mean, a 3-hour stream is a nice number.
3 hours ain't really shit though. Like,
Yeah, but you're comparing it to
Yeah.
the rest of the streams, which are ridiculously long. Nothing wrong with a cheeky short one. Every
see, we
now
got-
and again.
we got Dumpster Delvers tomorrow. We got Pathfinder this
Content.
Sunday. Yeah, I guess that's
There's
fine.
an opening there. And you can think about what you want to work on next.
Yeah, well, I think the thing that's been holding me back is I don't have a definite answer if we're going to continue playing Chaos and Kalador, if we're going to be going back to SOT.
That's a
Mhm.
great question.
Most wise.
That's basically the thing that has like I want
Has
to work
no one
on
given
stuff.
you a definite answer?
No,
I
man,
feel
nobody
like-
has. The only
Stares
person
at
who's
the
given me
PC.
a definite answer has been actually even he didn't give me a definite answer. He was fucking wishy-washy on it. Tristan was like, I want to
Ooh.
play Rylan again, but also I also don't
But
mind
also-
playing Formir. And I'm like, fucker.
Help me.
That's
Because
so
the big
funny.
thing is that if we're playing Chaos and Kalador, I need to prep the rest of the adventure.
These things take time.
Yeah.
Where are you at, Sizzle? Where's your dial?
My
What are you
only
leaning?
delay, which is something we've talked about, is how much subs Oxy just gave.
Yeah,
Whoa!
there's a lot of subs.
Jesus. Oxy, what the fuck, man? I appreciate it. Thank you very much for 10 gifted subs. It's very kind of you. You didn't got to do that.
That's a pillar of the community. Oh,
You also just resubbed today. You didn't got to do all that. Both are incredibly appreciated, though. Thank you very much. Continue.
My only delay was that Psychic hadn't been remastered. So that means Oliver would be difficult to play if we did SOT. But we already talked about that, about putting Oliver in the padded room and then coming up with a new character. So
what's wrong with the psychic? Can't you just use the pre-master?
the what?
The pre-master? The pre-remaster?
I don't know. Can you?
Yeah, push again.
Is it?
100% compatible. You might have to change some words around with the new updated language, but yeah, it's absolutely compatible.
I squint. Is it?
Everything
does it work
pre-master
in
is
Foundry?
totally. Yeah. Until they update it, they're not going to change anything. When they update it eventually, they'll update the Foundry and then the old one won't be available anymore. At which point you might have to change a couple of things on the character sheet. But they're not going to change. I mean, all they've really done for the classes that already existed was they just polished it. They kept everything pretty much identical except for the Oracle. Because the Oracle was a mistake in the initial run. They made mistakes and they fixed it. Same with the Alchemist.
The Oracle was a mistake. Interesting.
It wasn't that the Oracle was a mistake, it was that they didn't originally know how they wanted to handle the curse, but they eventually figured it out and used the remaster as an opportunity to implement their new version,
Gotcha.
which turned it into a condition.
Hmm.
Yeah, you could totally use Old Psychic. Everything works. It's just as balanced as the other classes.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hypothetically speaking, if playing a psychic was an option, would that sway you more to going back to Oliver?
Yeah, probably.
Make sense?
But you know what? Because no one else is gonna give a vote until someone makes the first vote, I'm gonna vote SOT. Because I'm pretty sure everybody wants to play SOT. They just don't want to be the first guy to like have an opinion because they're cowards.
You ripping the band-aid off.
Yeah.
Regardless of what we pick, I need to prep, which means
There it is.
making maps, making NPCs. I now need to adjust the current running game, which means I would need to make your guys' map, like find the equivalents or make whatever version of your guys' magic items you guys currently have.
Mm-hmm.
We would need to reimagine the characters, reimagine the bad guys that you're fighting, all that stuff.
I do think the two largest hurdles that you're going to have with converting are the items and the giant kin.
Oh yeah, because you guys don't have the Jotun.
They haven't been released yet.
Yeah.
We've got a couple of months before we get the Jotun born.
Make them half works easy.
You could make your own custom heritage and have it exactly the way you want it.
Nice.
It's good stream content too.
Yeah, making
Bro,
the
let's make it now.
giants.
Right now.
Brother, I'm tired.
Yeah, you're
I'm
asking them to
tired.
like study the other heritages and look at the themes and the sort of
Yeah.
patterns that they do.
What's it like?
And you gotta make
1, 3, 5, 7 is when ancestries get
I
their.
think it's 1, 5, 9, 13, 17, if I remember right. Are the ancestry feats.
Oh, I thought kobolds got something at 3.
Maybe, but I don't think so. The feats happen at 1, 5, 9, and etc.
Ah,
Yeah, they're very rare. I think it's every 4 levels after 1 is how it works.
okay.
There it says you could have them as an Ifrit heritage in the meantime.
Yeah, just have them all on fire.
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
They come back from the remaster and the hair is actually just, it's like blazing on fire, and they meet Geralt and his hair is literally just a human torch, and he goes, ooh, top of the morning to you. As he burns a hole in the single tier.
Oh, don't mind this. My burning locks, as they call it.
There's just like scorch marks on the ceiling.
I have a Pathfinder third-party book. Sure, yeah, I'd be down for that.
They enter like Drant Spear, and the first house they go into, they just fucking light on fire. And it's made of fucking paper.
Oh!
Good morning, Mayor.
Well, it was a 5e version of the same book. Oh, is it a Pathfinder, like somebody took a 5e book and then made it converted to Pathfinder?
A lot of authors do release books that have both systems in it. They'll have like a 2e chapter and a 5e chapter with the same content.
That's pretty cool. That's how you should be making your
Yeah.
books nowadays.
I agree.
Either
Let's
that or
all
make your
play
shit
cool games.
system agnostic.
Yeah. Just both systems, yeah, kind of like I was saying.
Yeah, I'd be down for that. Yeah, I think once we wrap up this game, we'll figure out what people want to do, and then regardless, it's going to take time, which just means more streams of like making maps,
Oh, dang it.
making monsters. We're going to have to make the Manticore. We're going to have to make the Morlings,
Manticore?
because Morlings are like a huge part. We're going to have to make the Goblins, because Goblins are a huge part of the current story.
Don't you have goblins? I mean, goblins
We got
gotta be.
goblins.
Yeah, I was gonna say, come on.
We don't have a ton of goblins though. You could make your own custom ones, and
I want
obviously,
a
if you're
ton of goblins.
exactly
Oh.
like Adis has its own goblins, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I want my
want
Rendavi
clown
shamans and
goblins.
shit like that.
We still have to figure out exactly what makes a Morling too, because you're going to want sort of commonalities between the stat blocks.
Mhm.
Like all kobolds, for example, will have, I forget what it's called, it's like scatter or something like that, where they get to.
Oh, I can tell you what the Morlings have. they have bloodied bite. The moment you are below or at your hit point half, they get to add a free melee bite attack onto any attack that they make.
I mean, that seems pretty cool. So just a free action frequency once per turn, make a bite attack.
Yeah.
Would it be at maximum map at all times, or would it follow map?
Ooh, well, it does bleed damage as well, so I'll have to consider that with the new...
Got to be careful too, because if one of them has reactive strike, you're talking about 3 maximum maps in a round from one source. If there's multiple, that's a dangerous fight. Something to balance and
That's pretty
figure
cool,
out through
though.
testing. That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool, though.
Very wicked.
That's a memorable fight right there.
Yeah, the champion getting hit to half hit points, and I go, the Morling now bites the fuck out of you. It originally was swinging a sword, but then you see as its eyes go wide, it starts salivating, and it just starts lunging at your neck.
I mean, the roleplay, like, they bite the champion. The champion uses its reaction to strike at the mauling. They reel from the attack before slowly turning blood, gushing from between their teeth. They begin to snarl as they lunge at you for a free action.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's dope.
And I wait for you to hit fucking Logan for half health, and then he crits on his bite, and then he crits on his attack, and you go.
Oh, you're dead.
Sorry, did I say reactive strike? I meant reactive shove.
You're dead.
You're fucking gone. Sorry.
I think what we'll,
Yeah,
well, I still don't really like. We'll have to see how hard it's going to be, mechanics wise, with so much automation to make Death's Door.
Yeah, I think Death's Door, you'd have to turn off the automation for the dying rules that you've got already for quality of life. You'd have to make a custom condition and then apply that. Obviously, when somebody hits 0, typically it will automatically apply dying in the settings. I'm not really sure how we're going to get across that. Obviously, you could manually remove it if you wish. Like, you could just have somebody at 0, they get all the conditions, you manually remove them, and then put Death's Door on. Seems like a bit of a ball ache to me. And from the viewing experience, watching all those things go on and then come off again. Maybe not ideal, but it's something to spitball, have an idea about.
We'll figure it out. We haven't really faced the dying condition yet. I rub my hands together.
Yet.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Well, probably end up.
I thought we have. Haven't people gone down?
The bear's been dying, right?
Bear got Arendelle got slapped by the Muckman, as did Formir.
You saved them before they rolled.
Yeah, that's how you deal with the dying condition.
No, that's not what
You
you
don't
know
get it.
damn well. That's not what I mean.
The bear definitely ate shit.
Because
and then he died.
none of them know how it
Sigh.
works.
Oh, you mean they haven't rolled the dice?
Correct.
They haven't gotten up and you went, wounded.
Correct. They don't know what wounded does. They
I
don't
thought you
know.
got wounded the minute you went down.
No, you get wounded when you
it's
come back up.
lose the dying condition.
And when you go down the next time, you start at that dying value of your wounded value.
Yeah, you add the wounded value to your dying value.
So Formir and Arendelle should be wounded 1.
No, you prevented that.
But
You
they
have
went down.
You have a funny
They
little
hit
spell.
0.
No. Hitting 0 doesn't automatically give you wounded.
Okay.
You have a spell that you used that got rid of the wounded condition. You also treated wounds, which I believe it's either treat wounds or something. They got rid of the wounded condition as well.
Yeah, so a success on treat wounds will remove the wounded condition. And if you're at maximum health and rest for 10 minutes, you also remove the condition.
Yeah, I'm kind of a god.
We haven't had. Oh my god, another death flag. We haven't got. We haven't had the moment where the party is sort of like biting their nails, watching Arendelle roll their recovery check.
Ah. The DM chomping at the bit.
It's a dangerous game, especially because dying is a snowball. Like a crit fail is, if you're dying 1, it's a 50-50. If you're dying 2, it's a 55-45. Not in your favor. And, the more that goes up, the easier it is to crit fail. A 10% chance at dying 2 to crit fail and instantly die. Yeah, that'll do it.
Not only that, if you got knocked down by, I don't know, a critical hit, your ass is starting with dying too.
Couldn't be me.
Yeah, Arendelle started with dying too.
Yeah, Arendelle went down to a reaction, if I recall.
Correct. Got punched in the back of the head by a critical hit.
Did they roll a recovery check at the end of their turn when they went down?
I don't think they.
You moved the initiative, which is
no. I forgot. That was the one of the comments that you made.
I remember looking at it and being like, "Oh, he forgot. Thank God." Friendly reminder, though, and always remember this: if you have a hero point, you can always, whenever the dying value goes up, spend all of your hero points, no matter how many you have, as long as you've got 1. You can spend all of them to instantly stabilize and not increase the wounded value. It's a lifesaver.
It's going to be very different when we start playing again. And I go, all right, who's taking that? Like, all right, Arendelle, you get the hero point. The rest of the party goes, where's my hero point? I go, That's not how hero points work.
Friendly reminder, it's a guideline. So if people are doing cool
Lore
stuff...
said so. Lore said that I can give you one per hour. And it has to be one person.
I'm paraphrasing the book.
What's the quote, like, in Foundry? Just right there at the top.
I did the same thing, by the way. When I first started out, I gave everybody a hero point every hour. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. But what I noticed from doing that is that my party were throwing away hero points constantly. And, they were very eager to use them. And as a result, they passed a bunch of checks. They were very, very confident. They re-rolled successful attacks looking for crits because they knew a hero point was 5 minutes away. And that they knew that when the clock struck 12, they were going to get another hero point. And so if they go down, all they've got to do is stall me out in RP.
Bastards!
Yeah, so I changed it a little bit. And when I dialed back the hero points to 1 an hour, and every now and again, I'll like award them around combats, but never during a combat. Like that's one thing that I've done is if you're in a combat, you have the hero points you have, I will award more after the combat based on what you did. Unless you do something tremendously cool in the combat. Because I don't want somebody to go down, beg for a hero point at the hour mark, and then use that hero point to stabilize. Because that gets rid of all of the danger, so to speak.
Interesting.
Yeah, so hero points are a... GM, each GM is going to treat hero points a little bit differently, and they can very much cater to different, if you're going to be throwing a lot of very dangerous NPCs at the players, and they're going to be fighting multiple combats, like multiple encounters every day or every session, especially if you're doing 6-hour sessions, you're going to want to take a look at giving out hero points a little bit more frequently. Plus, and I can tell you this from experience, players have more fun when you give them tons of hero points. But it's all about time.
I don't believe you.
Well, I mean, I'm saying that, but at the same time, I took away the hero points. So with one hand, yes, I understand they really love winning all the time. But on the other hand, I need some sort of stakes. So we're going to meet in the middle, and I'm taking away your hero points. I still give them out all the time, though. Sometimes I'll ask myself a question on the hour mark. I'll be like, who deserves this hero point? Okay, now who did something else? That was very, very cool. And then I'll just give out 2 hero points instead of 1. Be loosey-goosey with it.
My
Do
favorite.
what I do as well. You remember when you were in the catacomb, and I was like, if you open that, I'll give you 1 hero point.
Yeah,
Do that.
I done that already. Not even for the recaps. Hey, fucking swipe at me like that, you little shithead. Jesus, I'll pet you. God damn. Dante kicked in the door and started demanding pets.
Start beating the shit out of you.
I forget what I did it for, but I was like, if you do this, I'll give you a hero point. And they were like, bet.
It's the best carrot and stick that we've got as GMs in Pathfinder. Hey, you do that? Hero point. That's pretty heroic, that thing that you're thinking about doing. Just
do it.
drop them hints. Yeah, do it. Bet.
My
That
favorite
long
is
corridor. Do
Looking
it.
down at the evil patron deal, I'm about to handshake. Is it?
my favorite is the if nobody recaps, I'm gonna recap. I'm gonna give myself a villain point. And we're gonna figure out what that does. Ooh, is that a nat 20? Reroll that. I'm spending my villain point.
Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't use it on player dice rolls.
What do you mean?
I mean, that's fucking evil, dog.
What do you mean?
Imagine I gave you a toy and then 5 minutes later I took it out of your hands and I was like, give me that.
Dude, that's Kron's favorite thing. It says use an item as he rips out the healing.
As
He loves that
I
shit.
go,
dog.
hey, whoosh, as I stab you in the gut and I twist it. I go, here's some bandages, use them.
Takes away
Nice.
Presley, doesn't replace it, says, I'll give you something later. Winks. Forgets it.
Why are you so held up on Presty?
I'm not held up on Presley specifically. I'm held up on your false promises.
They're not false promises.
Your injustice.
They're delayed. Jesus.
Delayed.
What, you need instant gratification?
What is this?
What are you, a
live
Zoomer?
service? What is this
are
live
you, a
service
Zoomer?
mentality? What are you, EA?
You need it now?
We'll fix it eventually.
We will.
Yo, guys, Anthem's gonna be good any day now.
You know that ain't true. Presty's my favorite spell, by the way. It is what
He
it
doesn't even
is.
know the difference between D&D and Pathfinder's Presty. He just hates it because
It's the same, pretty much. Presty is the dual spell.
I don't even take Presty on characters that can take Presty.
Here's the
I know
thing.
you don't.
Presty's great for roleplay. What are you so afraid of with Presty? I know I'm phrasing that in a very sort of targeted way, but
Why are you such
The
a soy boy
motherfuckers
when
who
it
use
comes
it
to-
as an everything tool.
well, they're using it wrong. It's not an everything tool. It does 4
You mean
things.
when you let them use it as minor illusion when you shouldn't let them do that?
Yeah, see, that is not Presty.
That's you.
That's homebrew, dog.
When Silveril used it as a flare or whatever, that's not what Presty does. That's what minor illusion does. Even then, I don't think that's what minor illusion does. Because I don't think any of that shit generates light. What?
The cat is choosing violence.
Oh.
I don't know why he's so agitated. Come here, you little shithead. Jesus.
Is
Corporal
Tristan still
cuddling
gone?
time.
Oh my god.
I am now physically holding the cat. I am basically pinned them to my chest.
Oh,
Calm down.
oh no, he's gonna fall asleep. me.
Calm down. Okay?
Not like this.
Jesus Christ. Stop being a little asshole. You kicked in my door. You interrupted streams. You started biting me for no reason.
He's delaying stream. He's actually keeping it on longer. He's doing it for chat.
You attacked me. Why?
Ah,
I have done nothing but feed you since Tristan left. I have been taking care of you. I give you your wet food, for Christ's sake. I'm gonna bite you now.
Maybe that's
equivalent exchange. You gotta teach them.
Or into the mic.
He's giving you the stepdad treatment.
That's
He's
adorable.
like, you'll never be as good as him.
Shut up, Crowned. Why don't you call me Dad? I'll never call you Dad.
You think you could fill his shoes for even a second?
Or cat ASMR.
Oh,
Anyway.
baby boy, but also a pain in the ass.
Yes,
Likes biting me.
DM hates Presty the same way he loves Vintage Story. Okay, he loves the steps. He also hates magic in general. Like, he hates spellcasters.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we talked about that when we were, referring to road wardens.
Yeah.
How like 90% of road wardens are marshals, and the 10% that aren't are sort of half casters, so to speak.
That's why he
all gish.
loves martial
They're all
items, but
gish.
struggles with like spellcaster items. It's because he hates the way that spell. I think Presty is the quintessential reason why DM hates spellcasters, because it's cheating.
It just solves problems.
He hates problems being solved without blood and sweat. And when a wizard
see.
comes in and says, I just make a bridge smile, rather than
Yeah,
using the
I
items
mean-
the crown has put in around the world, they just spawn it or, heat food. When
That's
crown
actually
goes,
great. That's
it is a
great
rainy
answer.
night and all your food is soggy, and the wizard goes, nuh-uh. He hates that shit.
I think that's a fair point.
I think it's the arrogance. I think it's the
The
arrogance.
arrogance?
The arrogance
Yeah,
of the
that's
wizard.
Horse.
The arrogance of the wizard.
I fucking pull up Sebastian. This guy, this little
I
Blorbo,
didn't hate Sebastian. I like Sebastian.
he's a wizard!
Yeah, but he was a
He
wizard.
had
He was
Presty.
a wizard done right.
Oh my god.
A wizard
It's 'cause he
done
fucked
right.
up everything. Every time he casts a spell, it
That
would
was
just
a
backfire.
wizard done right.
That was a wizard done a fail. He likes fail wizards, like fail girls.
He wasn't an arrogant son of a bitch. He was a humble wizard man.
Oh my god. He likes it when I grease up his enemies before they push someone to their death immediately. That's what he loves. He
Grease,
loves when
by the
I.
way. Fantastic spelling too.
Oh, don't talk to me about grease. Don't even. When DM goes, yeah, go light it on fire. That's really clever. And then your party goes through it, and so the only damage you've done is to your own team. That's really cool.
Nice.
That's really cool.
We had that revelation. We were playing a
It was-
game called Return of the Storm or Rot.
Oh,
And
fuck me.
Sebastian the
I'll never
wizard
forget
cast
it.
grease on the hallway to like keep the Praetorians from getting in. And he was like, I want to light it on fire. And we were reading the rules, and you can light
Technically
grease on
can't.
fire. And I went, that's fucking dumb. Grease should be
Yeah.
lit on fire. So I let him light it on fire. It became like a hazardous terrain. You stood in it,
Yeah.
you tripped, you fell, you got covered in like burning grease. I was like, yeah, that totally makes sense. The party member decides he's going to tread through the
The
grease
barbarian.
instead of going around it to save like 5 feet of movement. And he like slips and falls in it.
Nice.
Yeah, he did.
Nice. There's not
It was-
much you can say to that kind of PC.
Nah,
You thought you were going to pass that save?
it was pretty funny. Look, you can't blame me for it. Okay, it's not like a just roll your decks when I cast fireball.
Not even
in a
your fault.
Closed room,
Literally, he was like, I'm
It
going to go run
shows.
into it.
which really is like that's the story of Sebastian's life. To be honest, it was actually very like that's his theme. Is I did a magic thing because I thought it would do something cool, and now we're in necrotic, ancient, abandoned
Looks around.
mind flayer proto mind flayer horror game, and I go, whoops.
Uh-oh.
I literally, there was no way for me to know that it would have done that, guys. You ever have like the guy in class who's like really good at math, but every time he tries to do like an engineering project, it explodes in his face for some reason? That's Sebastian.
Oh my god, not Wall of Force.
It was great. I'd play him
So-
again. In a heartbeat. I'd be a fail wizard.
Be a fail wizard.
Fail wizard.
I mean, yeah, I don't really play wizards. It's not my archetypal. I don't enjoy those kinds of characters. I like the, I'm a party dad, first and foremost. I like being a problem solver, but in a sort of realistic kind of way. I like playing rogues for that reason.
Mm.
Like a totemist sort of thing from 3E. I don't know. Wizards don't really scratch that itch.
Yeah,
We're playing a
despite
Pathfinder wizard too, which I've heard is
Pathfinder Wizards are pretty dope. A lot of people shit on it, but that's because they're not playing as the wizards. Wizards have some incredible tricks
That's
up their
right.
sleeves.
I wonder if it's a
They just
game
seem very
master
complicated.
thing.
It is complicated.
I wonder if it's a
I mean-
DM thing where like, because I also end up being the party dad a lot.
It's a GM thing for
A
sure.
lot.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I love setting up other people for the limelight. That's how I get my, gratification. If I get to set something up and then it goes tremendously well, I'm like, yeah, I did that. Even though they did they pulled the trigger, I was like, yeah, I made that scenario happen. That feels good. Obviously, I only say it to myself. I don't like pat my own back in front of everybody else, but
You just start pointing fingers. I did that.
it's
That's
the
my
quiet smart-
GPS.
Yeah, it's like the dude at the back of the room leaning against the wall, nodding slowly. That's the guy I like to play.
I
But
can see that.
yeah. But I'm looking at chat right now, and fucking 5e spells, Wall of Force. You should be ashamed of yourself, Librarian. You should be ashamed of yourself. Wall of Force is not a fun spell. Any spell that makes a GM reread their notes is not a fun spell. So
I mean, that is-
Oh, that's right. I don't have any casters. Oh, you solo spell it? Fuck, what have I got? That's right, nothing. Okay, well, this combat's over.
I mean, that is kind of the peak. That's peak wizard, though. That's when your wizard player is like, oh. Because, like, they're not here to DPS the monster.
Yeah,
They're here
I
to break the
suppose.
rules.
They're here to break the rules and make the GM's life miserable.
They're here
It's
to make the. Well, I mean, is the DM concerned about winning? What's
no,
the
but
DM's?
you want to have a good time, right? So here's obviously the wizard's having a great time because they've split the battlefield in half, and all of your calculations for difficulty have just been divided by 2.
Uh-huh.
But I don't know. I don't think it makes for a fun gameplay experience when a wizard trivializes a combat and all the marshals just have to clean up after the wizard. I don't think that makes for a fun experience. And like mathematically, wizards get all the best numbers in the game. Next to the rogue, who takes, and they only get it for like 1 or 2 skills, I think. I don't know. I could go into that debate all day long. An optimized wizard is a disgusting display of power.
Well, just optimized anything. I mean, if we're going to talk about optimizing in a way where you are specifically out there to ruin whatever the DM
Yeah.
puts in front of you, like
Many classes
you're
can
the
do it.
CEDH of the D&D party when all your friends are just it's a power pod, right?
Yeah.
Of magic, right? Are your friends playing casual or are they CEDH?
Well, yeah, but at the end of the day, you can nerf your characters. Specifically in 5e, you can nerf your characters willingly, but it's if you get a single person like in your pod who gets they get enjoyment out of that sort of breakage of the game, it can make awkward situations. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's a little unfortunate, but
I think
know your group,
there's.
I suppose.
I like when I get to combo things and it makes a big thing. So like comboing spells, like lighting grease on fire or adjusting the battlefield in a way to make it easier for my party, because that's the kind of support I like to play.
Based.
I think when you start breaking the linguistics of the game, where you're starting to get into like the technicalities of like how a spell is phrased that I'm like, like
Yeah.
Coffee Lock is a classic example. Like, oh, I technically don't have to long rest, so I can cheat. Essentially,
Yeah.
that's when I'm
If
like, that's
we-
stupid.
If we're going to Twitter
Yeah.
to look up rule clarifications, I want nothing to do with it. That is a problem with the game right there.
Right. Like,
Yeah.
like,
And like,
yeah,
don't get me wrong.
darkness.
Wall of
a
Force
dark-
is the perfect example of this, right? Because Wall of Force in 5e basically says, fuck you, GM.
What level is Wall of Force?
I think 5th, 6th.
Nobody's
Almost.
guessing that anyway.
Everybody says this, right? But that is a fundamental problem with the game. If it breaks apart at level 12,
Oh, I agree.
that's- yeah, but we have to agree it's been printed in ink, and theoretically speaking, people should be able to use those playthings, right?
100%. Yeah, no. D&D sucks after level 10. Level 10 and beyond. Correct.
Yeah.
I agree. But nobody also ever gets there. That's the problem with all of those builds of like, ooh, I'm gonna have Wall of Force and I'm gonna cast Fireball as a bonus action when I hit level 18 or some shit. Like, this isn't Baldur's Gate. No one survives that long.
Yeah.
Games usually end around level 5. So like, to say wizards get good, like, it's like don't worry, dog, this game gets good after 100 hours or so, or in this case 3
Cringe.
years.
It's
Right,
good in
like,
book 3.
to like say I hate wizards because they can eventually do this thing in a theoretical level 12 or 13.
I hate wizards in theory.
Well, I mean,
I hate when wizards become the most problematic thing on my board after I've played for a literal decade with my friends.
so this is an inherent problem though, right? Because so I like to play high level D&D. I've done it a bunch. Me and my housemate, we've both gone to 20. If you have those games where some players are more interested in the higher power level of D&D, right? You should have the ability to do that, right? And
Mhm.
you know, we're all agreeing that it breaks down and all that stuff, and that's why I like Pathfinder, because like I was saying before, Wall of Force is the perfect example of this, right? If you cast Wall of Force in D&D 5th edition, breaks the game.
Yeah.
If you cast Wall of Force in Pathfinder, it has statistics. I remember the first time I showed a Wall of Force to my party. Wall of Force is like 6th rank or whatever, maybe 7th in Pathfinder. My fighter walked up to the wall and did damage to it. And it became a question of time. How long until he cracks that bubble?
I'm sure
You know what I mean?
Pathfinder is well more way balanced at later levels. That seems to be
100%.
Pathfinder's entire point. But if you're going into D&D with like, oh, I want to do a high level thing, you got to go in. You and the DM have to go in knowing, A, it's broken. B,
Yeah.
you're doing this for a power. Like, the players are doing this for a power trip.
Power fantasy. 100%.
And at that point, yelling at the wizard because he broke your game, because he's fulfilling that fantasy, I think is like kind of, it's like,
A null
no,
point.
duh.
Yeah, I vibe with that. Yeah, but I mean, it's the same thing, right? Where it's like, if the GM also uses the toys that the players are taking advantage of,
Mhm.
you know, it's like, hey, you're using Wall of Force, bet. You're in a wizard society at high level. Everybody knows at least
Yeah,
5th rank
when
spells.
the Lich casts Wall of Force,
People start crying.
well, that's when the
What do you mean
DM
it's 40 feet
shrugs.
away? Yeah.
That's on the that's the player's problem then, right? That's
Yeah.
when you gotta like start wondering: am I in a CEDH pod or am I a casual pod? Is the DM
Exactly.
trying to kill me at high levels? Because at
Is
level
it fun?
12, the DM has every right to try and kill you.
Tomb of Annihilation, great example of this. I remember sticking
Exactly.
my hand in that first wall where the gaping maw is. Lost my arm.
You
Yeah.
have enough tools at level 12 at your disposal that you should be able to handle a DM that just wants to kill you.
100%.
You're now level 3 where you have like you can do two things, and whether you live or die is based purely on did your DM get snacks that evening.
I do think that there is something to be said about specifically wizards being the one that breaks it. If a fight is level 20, you're fine. You're absolutely fine. If a rogue's level 20, yeah, they can sneak all the time, but you're fine. It's only when the druid, the cleric, and the wizard get to level 20, that you've got a problem.
I squint. Are you? I point at the.
I'm
Echo
100%
Knight.
sure. My
Who can attack
housemate,
with
he
30?
loves wizard, right? Wizard is the only class he cares about because he's a CEDH 5e player. He ran a level 20 one-shot where he did all the math behind the scenes. He had 3 days of downtime as a wizard
jeez.
to create a dungeon. And he beat a party of level 20s who just picked whatever they wanted, legendary, unique, mythical items, didn't matter. 3 days of downtime is all a wizard needs to beat out anything in the game, unquestionably, without any effort. He was the final boss of the dungeon, and he just I forget what he did. It was like true polymorph into an ancient dragon or some shit like that. The classics.
Right.
Yeah. Things
he's
like
also
some
had-
Black Room, Waterfalls, all that jazz.
That's where the wizard. If the wizard has time to prep, then the wizard wins. That's the whole point of. That's the power of the wizard. But if you don't give that wizard time to prep,
They just cast Waterfalls
that's-
instead. Or
right?
Prismatic Sphere.
Maybe.
It's a problem, dog.
I mean, I'm not going to argue that.
Yeah, I mean, we've
matters.
basically been saying the same thing for like 15 minutes. But yeah, wizards are a problem in D&D 5th edition. Even at low levels, though. If you optimize it, low level wizards fuck. They might not fuck for very long, but they fuck.
Elaborate, because I've never had a wizard that fucks. I've never seen a wizard that fucks. I've seen wizards
So-
that think they can fuck, and then they usually roll a 1. And
I vibe with that. I do vibe with that. But I mean, mathematically, you can have the highest AC at level 1 as a wizard with a shield.
oh well, if we're talking about blade singers, that's barely a wizard.
Yeah, sure. Blade Singers are the optimal choice, for sure. Especially if you're an elf. And if you get a free feed at 1 because your GM's nice, you can break the game at level 1. But the second you get like Shadow Knife, is it called Shadow Knife? It's like 3d10 or something every time you swing it. As a Blade Singer, that's disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the good ones are going to be Chronomancer and Blade Singer, or like the 2 OP ones.
Yeah. But there's something very, very disgusting, in my opinion, as a GM. GMs are a player too, all this, everybody knows this argument. But if a GM's a player, and I sit down, I've got my NPC stat blocks, I'm ready to go, I'm very excited for the big boss, and then a wizard tells me silvery barbs, and then they do it again. And I go, okay, GM, I cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter, legendary saving throw. Okay, your level 1 spell just made me do a legendary saving throw. I had this situation with I had a level 20 wizard at the end of my Candlekeep campaign that I did. Candlekeep Mysteries, great book, by the way.
Yeah.
They fought a very, very high level dragon. It's the ghost dragon beneath Candlekeep. I homebrewed the whole stat block. No, I didn't homebrew it. I took it from the book. And they literally walked into Candlekeep, killed 8 archmages straight out of, no prep. They just walked up and did it. And then they walked into a tower, jumped off, summoned a dragon, boom. And they fought this dragon in midair. And the only thing they did to this dragon, and I shit you not, was cast Tasha's 3 times in a row. There's the legendary resistance is gone. Animate objects, throw coins at the dragon, kill it. That was it. That was the whole fight.
Oh,
Yeah. And for some fucking reason, that ghost dragon had 0 resistance to physical damage.
So
Wizards. Wizards.
Aren't they resistant to charm?
They weren't resistant to
Or
shit.
immune? Oh, well, that seems silly
It's
for
a
a
bad
ghost
stat
dragon.
block. Yeah, they shouldn't have printed
Yeah,
it.
that because
Dumb shit.
I know that when you get higher levels, everything has magic resistance or resistance to charm for that specific reason.
I'm trying to remember what the name of the dragon was. I think it was like Miriam or something.
Because you're right. Wizards doesn't know how to balance enchantment spells, so they just slap everything immune to charm or like magic resistance at later levels. Because
Yeah, and this is another
that's how they get
problem with
around
wizards.
that.
If you're a div wizard at 1 with 2 casts of Tasha's on your belt, fuck. That's not fun for a GM. Every time I roll a 20, you tell me I can't keep it. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't seem very fun. from a mechanical standpoint. And I mean, they lost. I totally agree with Brett's sentiment on the wizard here. They lost the flavor of the wizard.
Yeah, that's the real wizards that do feel just kind of like a blank sheet where you just slap spells on it, where everyone else is doing spells and something else.
I think they went the right way with, and I forget, it was a little bit after I stopped playing. They released like a wizard that could like remotely control their spellbook.
Yes,
Is this ringing any bells? Scribe. That was a step in the right direction, I think.
Scribes was a step in the right direction. I think Graviturgy was a step in the right direction where you can
I have
start
no
like
idea what
adjusting.
that is. Is that new?
No, it's not. Neither is Scribes really. I think it came out alongside Chronomancer, but no one used it because Chronomancer was. Yeah, Chronomancer's OP. Like you add your int to your initiative.
Oh, great!
Like
So I get to
level-
cast Wall of Force every time.
Oh yeah. Well, that's
Nice.
yes, correct. The Chronomancer is the OP one. That one has really good feats. Graviturgy. I like Graviturgy, but it isn't like super game breaking. It's you can like adjust people's density.
Adjust Graviturgy Magic. Here we go. D&D Wiki Dark.
Yeah.
Explorer's Guide to Wild Mount. Okay, so this is the Critical Role stuff, right? Is that canon? Is that like an allowed source, or is that third party?
Is Graviturgy top like Critical Role?
Explorer's Guide to Wild Mount. That's the source,
I use it.
apparently.
Okay. Classes.
Oh,
Wizard Graviturgy.
I think
Never
this was
mind,
after I
it's not in
stopped.
It's not in the. How do I switch? The 2014 version.
Scribes is in Wild Mount. In Tasha's. What, Tasha's Cauldron of Everything?
Graviturgy. So here's what you get at Graviturgy. At second level, which is the thing I used to make success, but very funny. Yeah, I'm sure has many fun measures of adjust density. At second level, as an action, you can magically alter the weight of one object or creature you can see within 30 feet of you. The object or creature must be large or smaller. The target's weight is halved or doubled for up to 1 minute or until your concentration ends. So it is concentration. There is no roll for this. While the weight of a creature is halved by this effect, the creature's speed is increased by 10. It can jump twice as far, but it has disadvantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. When the weight of the creature is doubled, it's the opposite. Their creature's speed is reduced. It's I don't think its jump is affected. But the creature's speed is reduced by 10, but it has advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. So you can make something lighter or heavier, and it will speed them up, but give them weaker bones, weaker muscles. Or the
Yeah,
opposite.
I think you almost always target enemies with that, right? To give them disadvantage against grapple checks.
If this was Pathfinder, absolutely. But remember, we're talking about random
acrobatics,
D&D
right?
adventurers, so nobody's grappling.
Yeah, I actually learned the dragging rules the last time I played 5e. I didn't know that if you have a creature grabbed, you can just move at half speed with them.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Nice. Yeah. I think we've used that before. Yeah, if you
Not a
successfully
fan.
grapple, you can just move around.
That seems so strange to me.
I think I usually cast it on allies, actually, for their strength check. Or to increase their speed.
Yeah, the advantage. I could see that for sure. As like a grappler or something.
Yeah. But it was a reliable thing you can do that doesn't break the game, at least not at low levels.
I mean, there's no spell slot, right? So you just do it
Correct.
as an
You
action
just
over and over
do
and
it.
over.
It is concentration, so someone can beat you on the head and break it. But you can just keep doing it. But I think it's balanced in that it gives whatever you're doing it to advantage and disadvantage. So it's not just a straight like hex or buff for free. You got to use your brain to decide which.
Gotta use your noggin.
You got to use your head. You got to decide if you want the creature to have less strength but more speed, or less speed and more strength.
I like it when there's a little bit of thought involved. Using an action too is pretty juicy, but all the best spells for wizards are reactions IMO, except for the higher level stuff.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel that shield tashes, oh sorry, not tashes, shield tashes, yeah, we'll put tashes on the list. Shield tashes absorb elements, I think it's called, and silvery barbs shouldn't be level 1.
Ooh.
I think they should all be level 2 or 3.
Crowned here has just outright banned silvery barbs, so
Yeah, as I'm sure many GMs have.
that shit was like on site the minute he saw that.
Yeah. I mean, I remember the first time I saw it come up on like Crit Roll, and I watched Matthew Mercer's cringe at the spell, and I was like, yeah,
Ooh.
it's bad when that guy doesn't like it. Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. That's definitely one of those, like, what was this book thinking?
Guidance, also a problem.
Yeah.
Here's my
that's just-
problem. People call Pathfinder Mathfinder. They have no fucking clue what they're talking about. That's 5e brain. Let me tell you, Pathfinder is all integers, right? You just know the numbers.
Into what
It's
now?
that simple. In 5e, if somebody's asking me to roll a dice, I'm like, okay, somebody shouts guidance in my right ear, somebody shouts bardic in my left. Suddenly I'm rolling 4 dice because I've got advantage, because of course I do, it's 5e. And now I'm rolling 4 dice, doing mental maths with all the random numbers that I generated. Then I got to think about my proficiency. Then I got to think about any other bonuses that I've got. This is crazy. This is too much thought. In Pathfinder, it's roll once, add the integers. That simple. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But the idea of rolling a ton of rocks and counting the numbers on them is way worse than just looking at my bonuses.
I mean, I can enjoy rolling a bunch of rocks and finding the highest one and going, ooh, look, DM, look at this one. But
It's a 20.
yeah, oh my god, look, this one, this big number.
Big number.
So I think it's at a foundational level on paper, disadvantage and advantage is a good idea because it's fluid. You can just give it to someone and they roll more clicky clacks. But I think when you start getting into like rolling a bunch, like more than 2, it starts getting weird.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong though. High level Pathfinder, you got to be rolling rocks. You got to be rolling a lot of rocks. But that's for like damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stares at the GM sitting silently on his throne.
I think I went to sleep.
I think he's asleep.
No, you would have heard me sleeping.
Oh. Giving it the old.
Oh,
Just hit the
Pathfinder. Oh,
Yeah. I don't know. I would love to see you run in Adis with some, obviously, homebrew. I'd love to see some high level shit. I think you
I'm
guys
excited
would really
for-
enjoy it.
I'm excited for high level Pathfinder because it's built for high level Pathfinder.
Hmm.
I don't. The 5th edition's all theory. It's all like built on the like a promise. Whereas Pathfinder's like, hey man, this was tried and true and tested, and we built it for level 20 in mind, and you can get to level 20 in a reasonable amount of time.
Fuck the promise.
Yeah, you
This
will
is the
get to
math.
experience the level 20 gameplay.
Correct. It definitely feels like that, especially for Wizards, where you're playing like the first 3 levels is the promise that the game will get good eventually. Don't worry,
Oh,
you'll
in
be a
5e or
hero
2?
eventually. 5e.
Mm. I do feel that wizards feel great out of the gate in Pathfinder. And I know some people disagree with that to a certain degree, but I mean, let's be real. Rocking up and casting Runic Weapon on somebody and Grease on the enemy.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's what it's all about.
I roll up and the swashbuckler does 42 points of damage, and I go, I did that.
Mhm.
I wish I had more spell slots, but it is what it is.
I do feel that the cleric in second edition does kind of have that on the other casters, the divine font, just having a bunch of free spell slots specifically for their best spell that they like to do all the time.
When everyone else is kind of just chugging along because they can mostly get their shit back after 10 minutes or get healed in 10 minutes.
But yeah,
having
you do get scrolls though.
That's true. Scrolls
They're
are
cheap.
nice. I do like scrolls. I'm
I'm
out of scrolls.
equipping
though.
every encounter.
I'm out of scrolls.
That might be another good item to make, are the potions that we had before, where you could restore spell slots.
Nice.
I think we have Pearls of Power in Pathfinder. I might have renamed it. Pearl of...
Guys, I don't want to alarm you, but I'm out of paper.
Pearl of Power is
I
not
have
a
used,
thing.
gentlemen, we're out of healing scrolls.
Correct.
Everybody starts sweating.
But I don't want to drink my potions. Drink them.
Or die. Lightning strike.
But that's 2 actions. I don't care.
You will die.
No.
Okay, Pearl of Power is not in second edition, but I swear we had something similar. Can't remember what it was though.
I'll probably end up looking at all my old stuff, Skull Throne, because I want to, if we're going to be moving over to SOT, then there's going to be a bunch of stuff I want to bring over. We'll probably be looking at all of the consumables that we made for SOT specifically and see if we can't bring them over.
Hey, Laura.
Or echo in the distance.
Yeah, it's me.
Are you in
Are
the
you-
bathroom right now?
Why are you talking through like
No, I'm in a little closet.
a grocery? What the fuck? Why
I
did he
always
fall
knew.
in a well?
Hello down there.
All right.
Say goodbye to chat.
Bye bye, chat.
No,
I think we're
please.
saying goodbye to Legion. He's in a hole.
And cover the well
Goodbye,
on your
Legion.
way out. Cover the well.
I'm getting dark. The bits of sunlight is
Vava,
vanishing.
no, you close that well when we're leaving.
No, please.
This is why we can't have nice things.
It's getting dark.
All right, bye. I will be back. I'll be back.
All right, bye-bye.
A bunch of SOT probably are 1-for-1. I would think so. There are probably some that we'll have to consider or change around, like the elixir of hill giant strength. We'll probably have to move. We'll have to figure out how the fuck something like that's gonna work in terms of consumables. But we got some cool shit. We got some cool stuff. The way that the timer works and stuff like that too is also something to play with. Pathfinder's definitely built with the concept of time in mind. So we can definitely play with that. But that's it for me tonight, guys. No long outros or anything like that. I'm tired. So next time you see me will be tomorrow. I'm going to go do a podcast called Dumpster Delvers with Brett, where we just sort of shoot the shit for like a couple hours. So if you want to listen to 2 old men yell at clouds and complain about Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, tune in tomorrow at around like 7 p.m. CST. And that'll be it. We have the game on Sunday. That'll be the next time you guys see me when I stream. And then after that, it's cooking time. We got to get back in the kitchen and start cooking again. So look forward to that. I hope you all have a lovely night. I hope you all take care of yourselves. And I will see you guys later. Good night, chat.